Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay. We had a technical problem that we have resolved. I'm very excited to kick off the Robotic Plus Care Mashup. This is an event organized by the National Robotarium and the Product Forge in cooperation with the Usher Institute and Design Informatics at the University of Edinburgh, the National Robotarium at the Heriot-Watt University. We have a rich program of talks throughout the week, but in the essence, this event is a hackathon. So we are asking people to form teams and to share a learning experience throughout the week. We will have interesting talks, but we will also have mentors that will mentor each team throughout the week. The event has been originated by the project Open Ambient Assisted Living, which has been led by Heriot-Watt University. We are video streaming throughout the week from the Robotic Assisted Living test bed. This is a laboratory at Heriot-Watt University dedicated to investigate the use of emerging technologies, including Internet of Things and robotics, working together for ambient assisted living. We have been assisted by a number of organizations that have been instrumental to connect us to health and social care stakeholders, organizations such as the Coalition of Care Support Providers Scotland, Scottish Care, and Site Scotland have been instrumental to connect us to user groups, potential users of the technology, and carers and health and care support providers. We have run a number of focus groups to understand the challenges in the sector, and we kick off this event to understand how we can bring innovation in the sector. I welcome Alan from Product Forge, who will explain a bit more about this event.
So, hi everyone. I'm just going to give my apologies in advance. I know that we've got some slight sound issues. Hopefully we'll get that resolved in the next half an hour or so. So welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm just going to give a quick overview of what to do if you want to participate, or you know that you're participating as a team. Today is all about, if you don't have a team, is about team formation, is about idea generation and selection, and then we'll be moving through the week through progression of stages into prototyping and developing a presentation by Friday. So if you are not quite sure what to do just now, don't worry, that's okay. What I would suggest is we're going to go into the next session with what we're calling our model team. So what we decided to do, because we can't all be together in the same place, we wanted to highlight the progress of one specific team at the event. So live stream out all of their mentoring sessions, and to give you, to make you feel like you're kind of part of a hackathon in the same room with us. So we'll be going into that at 10 o'clock. It's a team led by a GP who's developed something called the ear switch. So you'll get to listen in on a real mentoring session, and that should give you some idea about the kind of things, or kind of questions that we need to answer in the development of a new product. After that, I'll be leading a session just at 11 o'clock where I'll talk about what discovery is all about, what we're expected to do today. So if you're wanting to participate, what I recommend is you join us for these two sessions, probably around 11:30, maybe a little bit later. When I'm wrapping up, I'll provide a link to a Teams session. So anyone who's not in a team or not sure what to do, if you join that session, and we'll have the mentors from Shield present there. So I just want to thank our sponsors for this week, in particular the Usher Institute, who is partnering up with the Robotarium with us under data-driven innovation, and SHIL, which stands for Scottish Health Innovations Limited, and they support healthcare professionals develop and commercialize new products. So we've got mentors from SHIL with us who will be supporting us throughout the week, and in particular supporting you today as you come up with something new. So just to reiterate, if you're not sure what to do, stick around for the model team session where you'll learn about one of the teams at the event, and you'll see what they're going to be going through. And then join me at 11 o'clock where I'll talk about what the day's activities should be all about. And then you can join a team session where we'll get everyone in teams and get everyone up and running. Now, one other thing I just want to add is that if you're only able to drop in and out through the week, if you're not going to be part of a formal team, as it were, we're going to be running an additional session at 2 o'clock for anyone who just wants to reflect on the day's learning, who wants to maybe do some of the activities anyway, wants to consider how they could bring these things into their professional practice. And everyone who's watching this, you don't have to have got a ticket or anything, is more than welcome to join us on that session. So I think that's it. I don't overload you with information. Essentially, stick around. I hope we'll have some slightly better sound for you, and you'll get a much better idea of the how things are going to go if you attend the next two sessions. So I'm going to hand back to Mauro just now, and then, as I said, the model team session will be starting at 10 a.m.
Thank you very much, Alan. It's great to see the comments that are starting to popping up on our discussion board. I can see messages from Mary, Alan, Shreya, Mel, and Rakin. They all want to participate in a team. We see that the hub has been populated by a lot of people that have no technical expertise, but you should not worry about that. I think you'll get the best out of this experience if you join together with someone with some technical expertise, but able to do some, to implement some prototype and to deal with the software side of the hackathon. But any team needs really a mix of expertise, and I think you'll get most of this experience if you spread in teams and you have a mix of expertise in each team. Today we have, so every day is dedicated to a topic. Today the topic is product discovery. We'll have a model team session between 10 and 11 when you'll meet the model team. The model team is used as an example of the process of what are the aspects that need to be investigated in order to bring an idea from an idea to an actual product. Then we have every day between 11 and 12 a learning session. Today will be a learning session focused on lean, startup, and discovery, run by Alan Lloyd, the managing director of Product Forge, who you just met. Then every day from 12 to 2 o'clock, and then again from 4 to 5 o'clock, sometimes also with a talk at 6 o'clock, we have sessions dedicated to special speakers. Today we have Dr. Grant Gibson, a lecturer in dementia studies from the University of Stirling at 12, and at 1, Professor Alan Gao, Department of Psychology, the director of the Aging Lab at Heriot University, with a talk entitled Promoting and Protecting Brain Health Across the Life Course. Every day between 2 and 3 o'clock, we have an open interactive session. We are using Microsoft Teams to get to know the teams that are working in this hackathon, and to share what we have learned and and to learn what everyone is doing and what they plan to do for the next day. We have another talk today at 4 o'clock by Edwin Lindsay, Principal Consultant Compliance Solution, with the entitled Understanding Route to Market in an Ever-Changing actually world. Day 2 is dedicated to design thinking, day 3 to prototyping, and day 4 to presentation skills. This hackathon is an online event. Unfortunately, we cannot meet face-to-face like in past edition run by Product Forge, but we like to support as much as we can with real hardware. And because this laboratory is part of the robotic of the Robotarium at Heriot University, we have prepared a number of robots that we can share over the web. So if anyone is interested in making a concept, developing a concept involving social robots, we can talk, we can assist the teams in question and support so to let them use our actual robot over the web. So if anyone is interested in this opportunity, let us know. So I see a number of very interesting ideas. I hope that then you'll manage to meet Alan so that you will understand how do you actually get in groups and start working on your project.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm an impromptu compere for this little bit, just to ask everyone to introduce themselves. My name is Nick Gompertz, and I'm actually a GP, but the reason I'm here is that I've developed something called the ear switch, which I'm sure we'll talk about in a bit. If I pass on to next to me, we've got Thomas.
Hello, I'm Thomas. I'm a PhD student at Heriot-Watt University. My supervisor is Mauro Dragoni, who, if you were tuned in earlier, you saw him introducing the event. I'm working with Nick in the model team on helping develop his ear switch system.
Okay, and then if I wonder if Sheil would like to introduce themselves, and
yeah,
that'd be good.
Great, thank you, Nick. So hello everyone, good morning. My name is Robert Ray. I head up the innovation team at SHIL, Scottish Health Innovations Limited, as we're known. We're one of the sponsors of this event, and we're going to take you through a session for the next hour on discovery. Before we do that, I'll let my two colleagues that have joined the call as well introduce themselves. So Fiona, do you want to go first?
Hi, I'm one of the innovation managers at Scottish Health Innovations. So work with NHS staff and others who would come to us with good ideas, and we kind of work through this type of series of questions to get you thinking about what it is. Is it a good idea, or is it just it's a nice idea? Okay.
Hi, and my name's Sheena McCormick. I'm also an innovation manager and do the same sort of area of work as Fiona's just covered as well.
Great, thank you, Sheena. Nick, do you want me to just carry on, or did you have anything else you wanted to say just at the start?
I think we've got a few other people on the call as well.
Sure.
So we've got Alan from Function Control, if he's still there. Or maybe not. We can't hear you, Alan. That's it.
Yeah, it's Nick here from Function Control.
Oh, sorry, Nick. Sorry, my name's mixed up.
That's all right. Too many Nicks. Yeah.
I've renamed you.
That's going to get really confusing. Nick from Function Control. We're a smart home integration company, so we're hoping to be able to help by providing. We've got a demo stand that will allow us, hopefully with the ear switch, perhaps with Tekla and other things, to demonstrate the ear switch controlling.
Is there anyone else that's introducing themselves? Nick, anyone else that's on the call?
Yeah, so that was Nick just introducing himself there.
Sorry.
And I think they've got, and I think with Nick we've got Chris behind you, Nick.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And then we've got Barry. So Barry, I don't think I've met Barry before.
Hi, no, I'm Barry Wilson. I'm part of the digital learning team at the Scottish Social Services Council. For those of you that maybe don't know, the SSSC is the regulator for social service workers in Scotland.
Right, so as far as I can see, that I think is everybody, I think. So I'm going to step back from my role and be interviewee rather than interviewer, I think.
Great, well, thanks very much for that, Nick, and everyone else that's on the call. Huge thanks, first of all, to Mauro and to Alan for inviting us along to this. We've taken part in previous Product Forge hackathons, and we certainly missed the fact that there wasn't a digital health one this year, so it's really excited that this event is taking place. What I'm going to do first, before we get on to talking to Nick and exploring the customer discovery, is really just take a few minutes just to tell you a little bit about SHIL and who we are, just so you know where our expertise comes from and the kind of people we are. So very briefly, we were set up about 20 years ago by NHS Scotland and the Scottish Government. And our remit is very simple. It's really to go out and meet the clinicians, the people that work in the NHS that have good ideas, that invent new things, that have new innovations. And we chat to them, we evaluate their ideas, and if at all possible, we try to protect the IP within those ideas and then commercialize the idea and turn it into some kind of viable product or service that is then on sale. And the reason for doing that is because the NHS, as ever, is cash strapped, and this is a way of generating a bit of financial return for the health boards in question, where the ideas come from, and also for the inventors as well, who get a cut too. So it's a way of really promoting innovation across the healthcare sector, promoting innovation amongst the people who are at the coalface, who are working, day to day, the doctors, the nurses, the midwives, the pharmacists, the people that have these good ideas that they think of to tackle the really pressing problems that the NHS faces. Within Shield, we're quite a small team. We have some innovation managers, so Fiona, Sheena and I are the IM team, and we have a project management team as well. What I would say is, in terms of our background, we all have quite mixed backgrounds. In general, we're all scientists or engineers, but we all have a lot of experience in particular areas of business development and commercialization. So my particular background is in intellectual property management, which I've done in the industrial sector and academia before coming to Shield about 7 or 8 years ago. Fiona has a very similar background as well. Sheena comes from more of an economics background. And we sort of bring that sort of, science, engineering expertise married together with, our business development knowledge, and try to help the NHS and try to help clinicians. So, as I said, very, very glad to be here today. We'll be here all week, and we'll be answering, any questions you have, anything you want to know more about, drop us a message, and we'll happily chat to you. The slides that I'm going to go through in the next 40 minutes or so, if you want a copy of those for your own information, by all means, drop me a message, or Alan has a copy as well, and we're happy to share those as well. So the way I envisage the next part of the session running, it's really going to be a bit of a sort of a Q&A, not really to interrogate Nick and his team, but really to invite them to explore the journey they've made in terms of discovery. And discovery is essentially customer discovery, but there are other facets to it as well, and we'll delve into those. And I'll just take a couple of minutes to explain the essence of that, and then we'll sort of kick off. And as I said, it'll be sort of an interactive session. Nick will be pitching his ideas, his solutions to us, and we'll be sort of critiquing it and asking him questions along the way. But very broadly then, I suppose this slide kind of sums up what we think of as discovery. And if you don't take away anything else from this session, then please take away what is hopefully captured within this slide, because I think this is a very important thing that all new ideas, all innovations have to ask themselves, this set of questions. And it's really to sort of capture, is your idea, a viable solution to a problem? So very often we get clinicians come to us and they say, I've got a problem, in my work area. I've invented something really fantastic that I think solves it. And one of the first things we ask them is, is this actually really a problem? Is this problem just localized to your area, or is it more widespread? And that's a really important thing, because if you're developing some kind of new innovation, whether it's healthcare or anything else, people aren't going to buy it if it's just a problem related to their own immediate area of work. It has to be widespread, and it has to be something that you look into and actually solve that problem. Again, people who invent things often think their idea is the best thing since sliced bread, and quite often it can be. But you have to really delve into it and really, ask people and ask the people who are going to use it, is this something you would use? Does this actually solve the problem? And tied to that, then, your market. We'll get onto this in the next couple of slides about.
Looks like we might have lost Robert temporarily. Oh,
back. Can you hear me all right?
Are you back, Robert? Or should one of us try and pick up?
Okay, you hear me all right or not? No,
we come from here.
Yeah,
I don't know whether the rest. And Alan says he can as well.
Like
Alan,
slides it back.
Yeah,
okay.
We can hear you, Robert.
All right, great. Sorry, I thought it dropped out there. So yeah, I'll just go back to this slide then. As I was saying, identifying your market is something we'll get onto in the next few slides, and it is sort of tied to who's going to use your idea, who's going to use your solution. But it's something that you really need to explore. And likewise, who's actually going to buy it as well? The people that buy it might not be the people that actually use it or benefit from it. And I suppose what I would say is, if you take away nothing else from this session or this talk, these are 4 questions you really need to look at and really need to answer.
But no, I can't hear Robert. I don't know if anybody else can.
So are we still having sound problems?
Yeah, I think Fiona probably. I think it may just be you that can't hear Robert, because Alan's telling me that it's coming out fine and we can hear him on this end.
Okay.
Yeah, we're pretty comfortable.
Okay, well, I'll bash on then. So Nick, first of all, just to bring you in and bring your team in, what would be really good is if you could take maybe 5 or 10 minutes just to explain to us, what is the background to Ear Switch, and how you developed it so far, and just sort of give us a bit of a pitch, if you like, about how it's progressed
Sure.
at the moment.
Sure. Okay. I mean, I apologise to all those people on the website, because there's quite a lot about the ear switch there. So a lot of people may already know. So I apologise if I'm boring you. But the ear switch is a control from your ear for people with initially for accessibility problems. So people like the late Professor Stephen Hawkins, who couldn't communicate because of motor neuron disease, tend to use assistive technologies such he used a switch on his cheek because he could still use a cheek muscle, and he used that to control a scanning virtual keyboard to select rows and then individual letters just with a simple click. Now these are conditions such as motor neuron disease is a degenerative condition, so it gradually gets worse. And so some people, at one point, a switch that works for them, in a few months or years or a few months later, it may not work for them anymore. And so there's always a need for further switches. So one switch doesn't fit everybody. And as a medical student, I'd seen people with motor neuron disease losing the ability to use what they used to call a light writer, which was a keyboard with an LED display, and that's how they communicated. And I could see that they were losing the ability to communicate. And I'd always known that there was a muscle in my ear that I could control, and wondered whether there's a way of linking that as a control mechanism, but didn't know how to do it. And then 3 years ago, there was a documentary about a 13-year-old boy who was non-verbal with severe cerebral palsy. And he had very marked involuntary movements, which means that he can't use the standard eye tracking, which is really gold standard these days. And he'd managed to write a book, despite this, just with his eyes. So his mum had taught him to read and write on the assumption, or she felt he could understand because she felt he could communicate with his eyes. They developed this physical spelling board, which was a perspex board with a sort of cut through in the middle. And his mum would sit behind him, holding his head still because of the involuntary movements. He would gaze at this physical spelling board with letters around it, and his carer would be sat on the other side, looking through the hole in the middle, seeing where he was looking. And he's written a whole book called I Can Talk. And I just thought there must be a better way of helping him. And by this stage, there were little USB ultrascopes, little cameras that were small enough to go in your ear that you could buy from Amazon. And I bought one 3 years ago, looked in my ear, and I could see the eardrum move. And within sort of 6 to 8 months, I'd used open source software to link that to a scanning virtual keyboard. And so I can now communicate hands-free, silently and visibly from my ear. And so I've proven concept. I've got a working prototype. It's really just the next stage is trying to get it out there, which was so it's been a long 2 years to get to this stage, but we begin to get interest.
Okay, thank you for that. Before we start to tackle some of these questions, then I just ask if any of your colleagues have any comments they want to add at the moment, and obviously you're free to jump in at any time, of course.
Yeah, well, Nick was introduced to me through Mauro. He got in contact with us, and I think his switch idea has a lot of potential in a lot of different ways. At the moment, we're thinking about data collection to collect data from the movement of the ear to try and refine the motion detection to increase the accuracy of the switch so that it's more usable for more people, with a potential to look into some sort of training system so that people who aren't sure if they can or cannot use the device to maybe get better and hopefully learn how to use it better. Okay,
so just for my benefit then, this device is very much one that comprises a sort of hardware and software, and it sort of functions as a treatment, but also it will monitor as well. Am I right with that?
Well, at the moment, I mean, that's the spin out. So basically, it was designed initially as a simple switch, but then occurred to me that actually it's a camera looking at an eardrum. Can you get biometrics from it? So the next stage is to look for biometrics. We look at the moment, we're focusing on getting the device out as soon as possible. We know that camera works, and it's cheap and easily available. So we're going to go for a visual sensor initially, with the possible biometrics that can be taken from that. But in the future, there may be benefit of changing to an ultrasound sensor, LiDAR, laser triangulation. There's lots of other things can go through. And with ultrasound, there's emitter functions that would actually give a lot more benefit in other ways. And the eardrums also move with eye movements, which is very interesting. Okay. And so it may become a surrogate for eye tracking as well. But what we're hoping to do also is link in with Nick's group at Function Control. So perhaps Nick would want to jump in and say that, their role in this project as this team.
Yes. So what we're hoping to bring to the party is, as a business who are already providing smart home integration, we have a demonstration stand, which is our stand that we would take to exhibitions, so that people walking up to the stand can see how you might control lighting, heating, and blinds, and all these sorts of things from an app on your phone. We're hoping to help Nick G and the team to make that link up between ear switch and controlling functions in a home, and demonstrating that using our exhibition stand. So we've got a couple of possible routes to being able to control functions in the home. Those being via the conventional smartphone app. So using the ear switch as essentially a mouse click function, but a press function on a phone that's using accessibility functionality to scan down the different options. The ear switch could be used as a click to select different functions and work through an existing app in that respect. Or another approach would be to have the ear switch communicating more directly with the smart home system. So it could be responding, controlling a specific function of the home, if that was a particular lighting circuit or a lighting scene or something to switch on or off. A really good scenario that I thought would be a great use of ear switch would be if we had a wheelchair user with very limited mobility in a home with motorized doors. If we could track where in the home the wheelchair was, then the ear switch could operate only the door closest to the wheelchair. So in that way, the wheelchair user could move around the home and open the doors independently without there having to be some kind of complex procedure to select the right door to open at the right time.
Okay.
That could be quite cool. So we've got a couple of different approaches, and we have to sort of join the dots between where the ear switch integration is at the moment, and being able to actually integrate with the home controls that we have here. If we can join those dots, then we've got a really exciting development. We've done something really cool. So.
Yeah.
And if I may say that there's a couple of things. One is Thomas, I think, is going to be pivotal in this because the hardware is very easy. Nick's obviously interfaces are very well set up, and it's interfacing between the two. So I think already Thomas has done some great early work. The other thing, can I just also say that there are other partners within this that I must also mention. So Bath University, and working with them with an NIH, National Institute for Health Research grant looking at prevalence of tensor tympani control. and so they've been on board for about the last year and done a lot of early work. And also there's Brownwidth, who a commercial organisation who are just scoping out a few software options as well. So there is a sort of team behind the scenes as well that isn't necessarily going to be all here in the limelight, and some of them will be on the hackathon as well.
Okay, thank you for that. So to focus then on discovery then, and you kind of touched on this a little bit with some of the answers there about how this will be used in perhaps in a care home setting, but I suppose what I'm wanting to know is really the answers to the question on this slide. So who is your customer, who is the user, and who is the beneficiary? Are they the same person? And it may be that you don't know entirely the answers to all of these, but I suppose the interesting part for the people watching this will be, what have you done to try and find out who these groups are, or what do you plan to do to find out who these groups are if you haven't already done it? Sure. Maybe start with Nick Gompertz, but of course I think the other participants here as well will have some ideas too.
Sure.
Just briefly, I don't think we can see your slides at the moment, Robert.
Okay. We'll try again.
Technical difficulties.
So shall I go anyway? So the users and the beneficiaries are obviously the same. It's someone with a neurological condition that stops them communicating, or that they need some sort of environmental control. They may not be able to. They maybe have quadriplegia or that sort of issue, or other motor issues. So I think that's fairly clear. I mean, the people with motor neuron diseases, or ALS, for those across the Atlantic, are obviously a group that would benefit. People with who are locked in due to brainstem stroke. So people with brainstem strokes are quite often left with locked in with just possibly some movement of the upper eyelid and possibly some vertical eye movement. But people are very, everyone is different, so there can be variations. But there's some evidence that the nerve to the middle ear muscles comes out above the area of damage in brainstem stroke, so it should be preserved. And also, as I said before, people with cerebral palsy who are non-verbal because of severe movement and with severe movement problems certainly could help. So I think it's very easy to categorise the people that will help. And we've engaged the Motor Neuron Disease Association. They've been very positive. I've spoken to lots of assistive technology leads in Oldham and Barnsley, very supportive. I've talked to the National Hospital of Neurodisabilities down in London, the Motor Neuron Disease Centre at King's in London as well, Prof. Al-Shazabi. So it's been a sort of a general scattering gun of trying to get people interested. A lot of that's been through LinkedIn. Some of it's been through medical routes, where I've got obviously links in that way. But I found, I don't want to advertise, but LinkedIn, I'd never used it before. But after trying for quite a long time, going to organisations individually, where I was getting interest but no action, or very little action, I then felt it was just a matter of scattering to everyone and see who was interested.
Okay,
that's how I came across Bath and then Marrow through Heriot Watt, and so yeah, absolutely, it's been fruitful.
Yeah, I'd say that's just as an aside there. LinkedIn can be a really great tool for getting in touch with the influencers. The people, certainly within the NHS, the people who are at a high enough level to be able to appraise new technologies and make a decision. Whether that's a surgeon or a nurse consultant, someone high up who has that ability, who can look at it and say, yeah, I think we need this. This would benefit us. This would benefit my group. So I would say don't underestimate LinkedIn. Do use it. It can really pay off. I suppose then, so following on from that, I mean, you talked about who the beneficiaries and the users are going to be. Will they also be the customers though? Who is going to pay for this, or how do you think this is going to be paid for? If it's
Yeah, I think that's going to be a difficult one, because the reason I did this was to help people. So and I started with just in my spare time. I wrote the patents myself, knowing that I could have got it wrong. All the way through, the only reason to do the patents was because whilst I was doing it, I realised there was general consumer benefit for everyone for hands-free, silent and invisible control. but there's a sort of virtuous circle, as described by Matt Young, was that actually if we get it out to the big tech companies, and they put hands-free control in all their smart earphones and hearing aids, then the benefit is that people with assistive technology needs are not having to pay thousands of pounds for a very simple switch where the consumables cost, tens or £15, because the business has to keep going and has to raise enough funds from a small volume of production. So the ideal would be to get it out as an assistive technology functionality in all of our earphones that that people without neurodisabilities can benefit from. But then someone with neurodisabilities can just buy a cheap, high-tech, smart earphone that we would all use and actually then be able to communicate and change their life. So there's two parallel routes, really. There's the assistive technology route, which is, I don't want to make money out of it. It's about getting it out to help people.
Sure.
But there's a parallel route, which is the commercial route. So I'm hoping that one will effectively help subsidise the other, and ultimately the assistive ear switch as a standalone will be usurped by it becoming functionality in all earphones and hearing aids.
Okay, thank you for that.
Probably doesn't answer your question.
No, that's fine. But then I think the whole point of this is it's discovery is a journey, and I guess that's perhaps something you could look at this week as well. You and your colleagues there. I suppose selfishly from an NHS point of view, then I would say, well, if I'm an NHS patient, how am I going to get hold of this if I've got MND?
Well, I've been very lucky to gain with Bath University the National Institute for Health Research I4I Connect Fund, which is the initial sort of funding that then hopefully will run for the NIHR I4I Product Development Award. So, and that by the end of that, we hope to have a product that we can take to market. Now, within that, I'm hoping that we will get quite a few units out to people anyway, as a matter of urgency, to try out user testing. So that will be part of, if I'm successful with this, part of the funding. So some people will get it as part of that sort of research funding. I had thought, this isn't definite, but I had thought of whether to set up Assisted Ear Switch as a separate sort of a not-for-profit company and take a license for a peppercorn fee from Ear Switch Limited and do it that way and sort of subsidise it. But obviously we need some confidence from the consumer market to go down that route. I do see the assisted technology route actually a way of getting the confidence, because one story of someone who's been locked in being unlocked, I think will take this off in the media, and I think we will get a lot more interest from the big tech companies at that point.
Sure. Okay. I'll invite any of your colleagues there if they have any comments about this slide, about the customer, user, beneficiary group, if they want to jump in at this point. Otherwise, we can skip on.
Think, one thing I'd say is I don't know much about the healthcare side of things, and it's not my expertise. I'm the software guy, but I love Nick's idea because of the fact that it will help people, and I think that's the important thing to take away from it.
Yep. So it could be very much a sort of a social enterprise type thing. I mean, doesn't that? I suppose we come at things from a very kind of slightly hard-nosed commercial angle, but there are other ways to do it, of course. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, I'll move on to the next one. Just to confirm, can people see the slides this time? I didn't ask.
Yeah, I can.
Great. Okay, so I'll go through the ones on this slide, and then I'll hand over to one of my colleagues so that you don't hear me rabbiting on continually. So Nick, I suppose Nick Gompertz, to go back a little bit, and you have kind of answered some of these already, but the questions here, I mean, what the current practice, how does your idea improve it? You've described already. I suppose to dig down a bit deeper then, how much evidence have you amassed for the actual need of this? And I'm talking here about things like expert opinion, audits done by like the National Institute of Clinical Excellence, NICE, those kind of things. How much of that did you do and take on during your initial development invention phase?
I was lucky enough to go to the people who were experts in this. So Barnsley Hospital assisted Leeds and Oldham have done a lot of work on this, and actually they have written a paper recently saying that just a paucity of information on how many people have assisted needs, which actually doesn't answer your question very well at all. But that's global, is that we don't hugely know. I haven't got the figures to hand, but certainly there was a massive unmet need in people actually getting assistive technology. And I wish I had the figures to hand and I could tell you, but there was something like 10,000 people a year, I believe, I'd have to recheck, get brainstem strokes. Not all of them will have completed strokes, and some people will recover their speech and communication, and others will be locked in, but there's no figures about the number of people who are locked in. Mm-hmm. So part of the value proposition is actually the quality of life for these people. So these people, just concentrating on locked in people to start off with, they're completely dependent on other people. If they're lucky, they have communication with this sort of eye blink, which, but that's obviously very limited, and they can't self-determinate. They can't make decisions very easily about their care, how they want to spend the rest of their life, and people. So it's the quality of life benefit, which I don't think you can put down to. Well, I'd prefer not to put down in a health economic way, because being a clinician, I don't think you can value or put a cost on that. So for me, that's more important. It's the humane side of things.
Yeah,
the humanity. Yeah,
absolutely. And then again, I'm sure that this is something you've touched on a little bit as well, but what else is there out there that does a similar thing or would compete with your solution? I mean, are we talking about something that is genuinely disruptive here, that will change the way that that people live and that people are treated?
I think the gold standard. Well, you often see people with simple switches, so switches on the sort of headrests of wheelchairs and things like that, which are very simple and they work. But I think probably the gold standard is probably eye tracking. That has its own issues in how do you select what you're looking at. So sometimes they need a separate switch or button to select. Other times they use dwell to select, so you gaze at an icon for a certain period of time before it then flicks through. And that obviously delays things. And there was a quote from someone I contacted about, I think he's an American football player over in the US, who said the one thing he would give some years of his life for, I believe he's got MND, would be to double the speed of his eye tracking and his communication. So the ear switch, I've used it alongside head tracking, which is an open source head tracking, so very similar, and it gives you an immediate selection. So it's not only replacement of what's there, it's actually augmentation and making other interfaces more efficient. And there are a lot of people that just can't use what's out there, or it has to be set up and it keeps slipping. Whereas the advantage with this is actually mechanically as well. It's just sat in your ear, like we've all got these earphones in. And so with people with involuntary movements or the difficulty positioning, because with motor neuron disease they may lose neck control or head control, it gets around all those things by being located in the air. So I think it's additive, rather than completely replacing other things.
There's also, I believe other Nick said, with the door situation, adding context to these solutions so that if you have the potential so that you have a device attached to you, you can track yourself in your own home. And instead of going through a list of options on a tablet, you know where you are in your home, so you know what function you want to access.
Right.
And that's where it could really come in handy.
Okay, thank you for that. Just to sort of step back slightly, and then before I move on to the next section, and ask one of my colleagues to talk for a bit. I suppose one of the challenges we face when we try and develop a new innovation is more the behavioural aspect. For example, will NHS staff actually start using a new medical device that's been purchased, or is it too clunky, too cumbersome? Will it impede their work? And it's quite an important part of, I think, the discovery process and in the way that it relates to current practice and how does your idea improve it. So I suppose I'd like to know, what do you think this that people will actually use this, that people will change their behaviour and grab this, and what steps are you going to take to try and find that evidence, and that people will make the behavioural change and actually be comfortable wearing this and actually want to use it?
Well, I mean, the ideal is to make it the same as what we're using at the moment, so that as a behavioural thing, we're all doing it already, so it wouldn't be anything new. I think for those people who can't communicate, it will be a no-brainer as long as it's comfortable. It gives them communication. One would think someone would actually take the opportunity, but I can't say that because I can't speak for these people myself. The Motor Neuron Disease Association has been extremely supportive, and as part of the Product Development Award, if we get it, we'll be doing lots of patient participation within the design and prototyping. So that will be structured into the whole project. So absolutely, yeah. Okay, great. That's good to know. Thank you for that. Okay, I'll skip to the next one, and I think Fiona was going to do this slide. I'm assuming she doesn't have any sound or technical problems at her end.
Are you going to pass to? Sorry, looking at who will buy it. I think you said Fiona would look at that.
Sorry. Okay.
Sheena,
well,
can I hand it back to Sheena?
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry,
think about the next one. Sorry.
Either way is good. All right, Sheena. Sorry for that.
Probably easier. Sheena does that, but.
I also can't see which slide we're on, so I think I was going to cover commercialization. Is that right?
Yeah. So it's the slide. Have you got the slide deck there? It's the one that how will you get your solution to the people?
Yeah. So yes, I've got that one here.
Okay.
So it sounds like a really, really interesting device, very innovative and new, and sounds like it could really change a lot of people's lives significantly. I guess this slide really, and is maybe something you've already thought about, is really about how do you see yourself commercializing the product? Is this going to be something that will be set up as a company that you set up yourself, which means you keep full control and bring expertise in from outside and also financing in from outside? Or would this be something at a later stage that you think about licensing to another company, maybe a bigger company, people who might have manufacturing contacts, and also have a good knowledge of the regulatory landscape and what you would require for the product to be CE marked, and also have their own sales and distribution channels as well. So I guess that's kind of a question at this stage too. Do you think?
Yeah. It's interesting. I never, ever thought I'd be in business. I came up with an idea. I was hoping someone might bite my hand off and take it on. And unfortunately, in some ways, fortunately, because it's given me a new area of learning. So that didn't happen, clearly. It was a fairly lonely sort of 2 years before Bath got involved. They got involved as part of their digital accelerator. Just happened to be I was linked in through to them. I have had a very supportive Cambridge Angel, who's been a fantastic business mentor, but no formal support as yet, although there was a bit of bridging funding that they gave me when we needed to get some of the patents put in, and we were waiting for the NIHR Connect. So he's still on scene, and we're just looking to see whether there'll be anything formal from that. So the big step was Bath Uni were doing some work with me and actually helped me get the National Institute for Health Research grant. And Set Squared paid for the bid writer, who was absolutely fantastic. So what I'd say to people in the same situation is look at your local university, and I guess a lot of people, the local university is here, and yourselves, what is actually available. I had no idea business accelerators were there, and actually in my area, I don't think there were any, and I was very lucky that Bath took me on. So I think I'm still amazed actually how much funding there is for some of these things. Often it's funding for professional advice, like someone's, when you say about regulatory, there's someone doing some regulatory work for me at the moment, which is funded by the West of England Academic Health Service Network and something called HTAP. So I'd certainly, the problem is getting, when you don't know, is not knowing that there are people out there that can do these things. So, I never knew that organisations like yourselves, and I think with the busy clinicians, it's hard enough actually getting through the day job, let alone. So one thing I would actually ask people is that, and obviously you're set up to do this, is that, talk to the clinicians. They probably all have got better ways of doing things, but they just don't have time to get out there. So if you're these people who actually have the technological know-how or the financial or commercial, whatever, then do talk to them, because there's lots of wasted ideas out there that just aren't coming to anywhere near the patient.
Okay.
So I probably didn't answer all your points there.
I think you have, yeah.
Okay, thanks for that, Sheena. We'll skip to the next one. So Fiona, this is the digital healthcare.
Just Robert, sorry,
Yes.
I don't believe your slides are changing on screen for us. We're
Okay,
just seeing the actual PowerPoint page.
Okay, I'll try again if I can.
So it's like we can see the slides on the left and the toolbars up top and everything.
Oh right, okay. So you've not been able to see the because I've had it on full screen. Okay, let me see if I can.
Okay, well, while Robert's doing that, I think there are some sort of additional things that you need to think about when you're thinking about digital healthcare. In a sense, it's not additional to what you need to consider, but there can be additional. There are additional things that you maybe need to think about. So, I mean, Sheena already mentioned, the regulatory side of things, and you've mentioned you're talking, to a regulatory expert, because one of the kind of early stages is whether it's going to be deemed a medical device, which, to get CE marking, it may, some things that have been created, or, some of the ideas, they might not be deemed to be medical devices in order to, so there's a different sort of regulatory pathways, whether to get CE marking, whether it's deemed to be a medical device, or what class of medical device it is, and that can often, affect how a product's development if you're not getting that advice at an early stage. But it does obviously sound like you've had some of those conversations early on. I mean, the other, aside from looking at medical devices, it's not just what classification it is, but if it's an electronic device, there are certain standards that you need to meet. Things, with plastics that are used need to be biocompatible. So these are, a number of different sort of things to think about, and that can be useful to think about at an early stage rather than further down the line. Because if you develop something and it's great and it's going to be easy to manufacture, but actually it's not allowed to be used on human skin or in your ear, for example. Has looking at the materials and some of those things influenced how you've developed it so far, or is that more, what you're looking at now to sort of as you take it forward?
Yeah, I think it's probably more where we're going now, certainly with the Product Development Award. Where we were with the i4i Connect is prevalence and validation and showing how many people can do it, and whether people can be trained to do this, which has really been the sticking point from the start. I mean, my feeling was that actually if it was 1 in 100 people and you unlock one person or 1 in 1,000, then it's worth doing, because actually the cost of the device is tiny. Unfortunately, because obviously things need to go through funding, that was, it needed some validation, which is why we've managed to get through this research phase. For me, actually, it's very important, but it's quite frustrating, because I've been able to communicate for 2 years, and I know that people with motor neuron disease, have a disease that is getting progressively worse, and they're missing the opportunity to communicate. sorry, to go back to your question, really. So the regulatory side, we're debating at the moment whether. So that first phase was really about using my prototype and then validation. But so now we're into this sort of production side and how we're going to do that. On the regulatory side, there's interesting. I hadn't come across the rules before, but they are fairly. You have to read through them very carefully. I think, having read through it, and I'm having this discussion with Keith Heaton from I2R, who's doing the consultancy work on this, it's probably a 1 because it's actually only illuminating with light and it's visual light, and it's not going past the eardrum, and it's not used for more than 30 days in a row. So it's a short-term use, not transient. It's actually not actually making any effect on the drum. So I'm hoping it's the 1. Regarding the actual the materials we use, I mean, at the moment I'm using some custom molded silicone molds, impression molds that's used for hearing aids. So that's already gone through the device manufacturing rules. So if we can use materials that have already been approved, that may help us through as well, because it's already been tested.
Yeah.
And it may be that what we need to do is CE mark the actual electronics that comes from the manufacturers, and we can put the two together. But obviously we need to CE mark the whole thing as one unit, I think. But I'm learning.
I think that's, I think you're quite far down the journey. You've not just come up with the idea, and I think that's just talking through these areas is, and actually it doesn't need to be something that's always novel and new. You don't need to create a new material, but actually taking advantage of using materials that are already readily manufactured, they're already approved for use with, having it in your ear or, part of it, part of an existing product. And that's all kind of ties into, those, thinking about what those risks are, and are the devices that you're currently using, are they going to be, the small cameras that they're not designed for in-ear use, but if they're used in an ear, how does that pan out over a period of time? And those, obviously that's partly past work, and then some of the work that you've described going forward. The other thing to really think about in terms of digital is what's happening to data. So the data that's gathered, where the data's securely, retained, what data's, permissions and approvals, and that can be certainly within the NHS is very sensitive. There are a number of different processes you need to go down. Certainly, it's very established processes in terms of, I think, approval of research. But actually, just thinking about that early on could influence how, making sure you're using secure methods of when you're developing your product can actually make quite a lot of difference. And just to almost reiterate, it sounds like you're working with people, like Thomas and others who have that understanding of security as part of what they do. There are additional things to think about when it's health, and particularly personal data and sensitive data, which you have potentially here. But as you say, if you're looking at the classification, it might be that actually because of what you're doing, that doesn't add extra medical complications, because actually you're using it as a switch or as a mouse click, which is some. Have you really looked at sort of the data and in that sense, or do you feel it's it's doing a switch? If you're using it as a switch, actually you're relying on other people and how they're managing and securing that data.
At the moment, we're still like in the early stages of coming up with ideas for what data would be collected by the system. We're hoping to, at some point, collect a data set of footage from the cameras in the ear to help refine the accuracy, maybe with some machine learning, which obviously we'll need to look into the ethics behind that and the personal data and all of what you've just said. But we're still in the early stages of that, so we're just using, currently the only data I've got is from Nick. So it's just about his permission of how we use that. yeah, we're definitely, that's something we're going to need to think about, and we will think about.
I think I think there's two things here. I think if we're just going for a binary switch, we probably don't need any. Once it's developed, we won't need any data. It will all stay as on the machine, on the earphone and the attached smartphone. And at the moment, the integration we've got is purely on movement detection, so there's no recording of any data in that way, or saving of any data. And Thomas has done some amazing software already that replicates that. If we are going to, there is some role for data collection and shoving up to the cloud with appropriate GDPR and ethics and consent for the second stage, because if obviously we need to factor this into the next stage application, but if we're looking at collecting data for using it as a biometric measure as well, then obviously we would need that, and that may be the next step. So we may be doing it two steps. One is data to improve the switch itself as a binary switch, and the other thing, the idea of actually long-standing collection of data and analysis for the individual patients to give long-term, real-time biometrics. Which, being a clinician, I've seen it myself. You need to know what people's baseline is to know whether there's been a change or not, and so that's could link into AI analysis of people's healthcare.
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of another reason for sort of talking about data, because I think for this particular application, yes, there's, as you said, quite often if you're talking about an interactive assistive robot, that there's obviously other aspects of ethical approval and involved in that. I think that's probably the kind of key point, because I'm actually also struggling to see the DTC. I'm assuming I've got the right, I don't see the right points, so we'll pass it maybe back to Robert, see if I've missed anything.
No, that was fine. Thank you very much for that, Fiona. What I would say as well about the regulatory side of things is, for people watching, there is a talk this afternoon. If you look at the schedule, at 4:00, Edwin Lindsay, who's an extremely experienced regulatory affairs consultant, and who will be able to impart a lot of really fantastic knowledge and experience guiding you through the regulatory approvals process, because it is a bit of a minefield, and it's even more of a minefield thanks to Brexit and the changes there. So I would really encourage people to watch that, particularly if you don't know a lot about regulatory affairs, CE marking, the various approvals you need for things that are medical devices. So please do tune into that. I think that's probably a good point to start to wrap things up. We're 5 minutes before the hour. I'd really just like to finish and invite Nick and the rest of the team, if there's anything that they want to raise or share, or any general points that they want to bring up, or questions that they have that we can perhaps answer just in the last couple of minutes.
I'm very glad I've talked a lot. Nick, did you have any comments or questions?
Not at this point.
Are you on mute? I can't hear. I'm not sure if anyone else can.
I'm not getting him.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah. It doesn't show that you're on mute, but we're not getting any feed through.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, fine. Yeah, I don't think we can. Sorry, Nick.
We can perhaps leave that till the next session. I'm sure there's time for chat after that, and then that'll give Alan a chance to tweak the sound settings. But yeah, I mean that kind of wraps it up for us, really. That gives you 5 minutes to grab a coffee before the next session. Just a huge thanks really to Nick Gompertz, to Barry, to other Nick, and everyone, the other participants there as well. Thanks to Fiona and Sheena as well for helping me out with this one too. As I said, we'll be around for the rest of the day and the rest of this week. So, do get to know us, drop us a line in the messaging if you have any questions about discovery, any mentoring questions you would like us to answer, and we're happy to answer them. But thanks everyone, and I hope that's been useful for you.
Thank you. It has been.
Thank you very much. Yeah, really good.
Thank you.
So hello everyone. Sorry for the technical issues earlier. I don't think it would be Product Forge if we weren't doing some crazy stuff with the technology. I'm just gonna call across the room to my colleague. Everything sounds good? Cool, right. So what I want to do with this session is just provide a bit of an overview of what we kind of expect from teams. And there's a couple of things to emphasize here. One is that if you're participating in a team, or you want to participate in a team, a couple of things, and I know it might seem a wee bit confusing, but I'll try and summarize the best I can here. So we have, there's a separate ticketing system called Tito, which we're just using to keep track of specifically the people who are specifically wanting to be in a team. And we've sent a message out to everyone who's registered on that. And I'll share in the chat in the session here later on a link to a virtual networking room. The room's actually live just now, but if you are thinking about actually participating today, then I'd encourage you just to watch the session at the moment, and then I'll join you and take you into the virtual networking. If you don't have any desire to form a team, work on a team this week, but you still want to, reflect on. I mean, the talk that I'm going to give just now is going to be relevant to anyone who's thinking about kind of early stage product development. And if you want to maybe still work through some of the exercises that we would get the teams to do, we still want to connect to the mentors. Everyone's still more than welcome to do that. We'll be running an interactive session again at 2 o'clock. That's open to everyone. We'll be bringing the model team back in as well, so you can chat to them. You'll be able to chat to the mentors from Shill. So just to summarize again, if you are hoping to be in a team, we've set up a virtual networking room. I'm going to be running through expectations just now, but I'll be going into that networking room afterwards. And if you're not wanting to be in a team, then watch and still learn about early stage product development and all the good stuff there. And you can join us for this session at 2 o'clock instead. I'm gonna rattle through this as a bit of a whistle stop. And what we wanted to do was provide in the mornings every day, as I said, an example of what a real team will be doing and working through. And with a model team. So some of what I'm going to cover here is we kind of heard it in the previous session, but I'm going to go into a kind of a bit more kind of depth in terms of what we'd expect from the point of view of a hackathon. So lots of rambling there. Sorry, I'm going to get into it now and cut over to my slides, which hopefully you can see. And I'm just going to make that full screen. So, what is all of this about? What is Product Forge? What's the point of a hackathon? That's the question I'm going to answer first. So, hackathon is just a way of bringing people together to explore new ideas, really, with an emphasis on people who wouldn't necessarily have the opportunity to work together otherwise. So it's very common that people are kind of siloed off in their professions, especially around things like healthcare, technology, design. So what we want to do is bring together people to explore new ideas, and that's really it. Now, when it comes to hackathons, these are all things that people have said to me in the past. Hackathon's a bit of a fad. Is it maybe just a little bit of fun? So what I would say is that, as I said, for me, Product Forge is just about bringing people together. Hopefully that will never stop. That will always be a thing that happens. So we're always going to need to bring people together from different fields to innovate. And I hope it will be fun. You'll obviously be able to tell this is a slightly more kind of informal type of event than you might be used to, but it doesn't mean there isn't a serious point. We are solving real problems. We're trying to address real problems. We might not end up with a polished product, but we will hopefully come up with an approach for a number of potential problem areas. Really to emphasize, it's not necessarily about the output. it's more about the process. It's more about learning about the right way to approach these kind of things. And the more that you pitch in, the more that you can get involved and get your hands dirty, the better. And another big thing is, obviously with this, is a big tech focus. Do we think tech fixes everything? So we did some scientific research. We explored every single problem in the world today, and we found that exactly 50% of all the problems in the world today can't be solved with technology. Of the 50% that can, 50% can only be solved with big infrastructure type tech. So we're going after the sweet spot of the remaining 25%. Obviously, that's tongue-in-cheek. We don't really know, but I just want to emphasize that I'm aware that most of the problems in the world today are not addressable with tech, and that's fine. It's just out of scope for the event. So what's a product? Because obviously it's in the name, Product Forge, and we keep referring to it. I want to say as well, not everyone will agree 100% with the definitions I'm using here. This is kind of definitions that we use for our sake, for our events, and other people might have kind of different ways of looking at these things, and that's fine. For us, we're just looking for things that solve a problem for someone, fundamentally. And when we say something for sale, the important thing is, if you're not just simply doing something for yourself, then you're going to have to get other people on board. You're going to have to get other people to buy or resource what you're doing. So you could be working in a large non-profit, and you've got a product idea, and your only customers are going to be other people in the organization. That's totally okay. All we mean is that you're going to have to be thinking about how is it that we're going to solve a real problem for someone, and justify them spending time, money, resource, or whatever on it. We've typically been primarily focused on digital products, but what's really exciting about this event is, with the access to the robotics laboratory here at Heriot-Watt, we've been able to look at, or with this event, we can look at more kind of hardware-based concept. So that's really exciting. You'll get to see, if you keep tuning in through the week, some of the robots and cool stuff that they've got here at the lab. So the two things that a product has in our case, for a Product Forge, there needs to be a business case, and there needs to be a prototype. And the reason we need both: without a business case, we're just playing with technology, and sometimes it has its place, especially in an educational setting. But we want to solve real problems here. So by business case, I mean really thinking about who is it that we're solving a problem for. If we don't make any progress towards a prototype, then I would say we're just dreaming. So, I mean, anyone can come up with harebrained schemes that are going to make the world better, but if we can't actually deliver them, then it counts for nothing. In terms of the business case, the business case has to include the ability to pitch what you've built. If you can't get other people on board, then it doesn't matter how fantastic the product is; it's not going to go anywhere. Now, this shouldn't be or feel like rocket science. We want to make this as simple as possible. So please, if you've got any questions, you can ask them in the chat just now. I'm seeing some comments coming through on this discussion. So yeah, feel free to stop me at any point. I'll keep an eye on that. And if you've got any queries, then yeah, please let me know. I'm going to try and make this as plain English as possible. If I don't, then well, that's on me. I've made a mistake, so I can do better. So I'm going to split the rest of this talk into sort of two sections here. There's idea generation and then idea selection, as it were. So you may have seen that we ran some sessions last week on idea generation and user-centered design. I know that not everyone will have been able to attend these, so I did want to just cover this for a little while. Something that's really important, a really important point that someone made in one of these sessions, and I'm going to reiterate it here. Think about this in two stages. When you're brainstorming, when you're coming up with ideas, don't immediately jump into critiquing them or trying to select which one's the best, because that can really shut down your creative process. So really go from one mode into the other. Start in an idea generation mode, and then after that move into the idea selection mode. thing is, someone might have a really bad idea. I mean, some people say there's no such thing as bad ideas, but maybe there are bad ideas. A bad idea can still lead to a good idea. It can still inspire someone. Maybe the idea is so bad that it's inspired someone to come up with something fantastic. So when it comes to idea generation, don't jump ahead to deciding what's going to work or not. So a few things, right? You're thinking, right, I want to get involved this week, or maybe I just want to improve the state of play in health and social care. So but I don't know where to get started. I don't know what to work on. So here's some questions you can ask yourself. So who do you care about? What do they need to do? How are they doing it now? And how can we make that better? And better, I mean potentially faster, easier, cheaper, or more enjoyable. And who is who? Who can who be? So who could be you, as long as we're not literally just solving a problem for ourselves. We need to be other people out there as well. Who could be an organization. It could be their service users. It could be health and care professionals. It could be local authorities. It could be the government even. So pretty broad range of who's that you could go after there. And something just to acknowledge is that obviously if you're not technical, it can be hard to know, well, what is even feasible here, what's even possible. And really that's what this event's all about. So, it's about bringing the people with the subject matter expertise together with people who understand the technology. So if that's what you're thinking right now, if that's where you're at in your head, then make sure that you don't leave this event one way or another, whether you're in a team or not, without some connection with a technologist that you can use to sense check what you want to work on. One thing that I will say, and just going back to that pie chart, something that's definitely out of scope, and it always comes up with these kind of events when we talk about health service, is the things that involve the integration of different systems or the exchange of data are difficult, and on a small scale might be okay to look at, but on a large scale, they're often less technical. It's less of a technical problem and often more of a political or a cultural problem or a commercial problem. There are different platforms, different companies, different things get procured, and they don't always speak to each other. And sometimes that's not because of a technical inhibitor there, it's because of a commercial inhibitor. So be careful about going into anything like that. We're looking for things that small independent teams can accomplish. A couple of other things just in terms of brainstorming and idea generation. Try thinking from first principles. In particular, don't be constrained by what's already out there. Obviously, iteration is a big thing. I'm going to talk about that. But sometimes if you go back to the drawing board and just don't think about the existing solution, look at the problem in a new light, look at the resources you have available to you, and potentially you can come up with a new way of doing things. And this is how often, really radical innovation occurs. The reason I've got this Elon Musk quote here is that, the cost of space flight, the cost of getting stuff to orbit, it's still expensive, but it was extortionate, and that was what the space shuttle was supposed to fix. But it wasn't until SpaceX developed the technology for rockets to basically land again that we've been able to massively reduce the cost to get to orbit, and that's going to have such a dramatic effect. And that's just by looking at things anew, not being constrained by what's out there or what people say is possible. Another technique is something called root cause analysis. Effectively, this is just what small children do. Just keep asking why. So this is an example from NHS Improvement. Patient was late in theatre, caused a delay. Why? There was a long wait for a trolley. Why? A replacement trolley had to be found. Why? The original trolley's safety rail was worn and it was eventually broken. Why? It had not been regularly checked for wear. Why? Well, maybe there wasn't enough people who were doing maintenance. So a couple of things about this. You hopefully will find that potentially some seemingly complex problems might actually have a simple root cause that you can address. It's not to say that things can go the other way, and what might be a very simple problem seemingly ends up being something that's actually quite complicated. So I wanted to just breeze through that. These are all things that you can use in terms of thinking about an idea to work on. Now, really the meat of this here is that so we've got something, we have an idea, we have a concept, and now we need to make sure that it's going to be viable from the business case point of view. So this is when we are selecting our ideas. Something I'm going to touch on here just briefly is about failure. So there should really be two words for these two different types of failure. Maybe there are, but people tend to always just talk about failure. So there's two types here, really. There are things that are were working, and then something went catastrophically wrong, and they're no longer working anymore. Maybe the captain of this boat just wanted to give the boat a rest, but that's probably not what was happening here. But then there's an entire different class of failure. These are things that never worked to begin with. So we just had a hypothesis, and things just didn't work out. Just didn't pan out as hoped or expected. Whenever you're conducting innovation, you're going to be trying new things. You won't necessarily know if they're going to work out, and that's just part of the process. That's totally okay. Nothing. You might call that a failure, but that's certainly not a bad failure. It only becomes a bad failure if we don't know when to stop and when to cut our losses. And that might seem to be really obvious stuff, but it isn't always. It can be actually quite hard to tell the difference. And often the only way to tell the difference is just to be honest with yourself. Often we know when the writing's on the wall long before we actually stop, because the implications of stopping, admitting failure, there could be all sorts of implications there. So it tends to be, what we're telling ourselves tends to be the problem there. When I talk about fail fast is something that people in startups talk about. What that just means is that if something isn't going to work, we want to find out sooner rather than later. The sooner we can find out if it was never going to work, then the less resources and time and effort we put into it. So much the better. So really, this is just about reaching a conclusion as quickly as possible and not delaying, the painful moment of truth. Now, some of these questions have been covered in the previous session. I'm just going to rattle through them again. So these are questions that we need to be able to answer when we're developing a new product. So first of all, what's the problem? And can you state it simply? It's incredible sometimes, to see, when people clearly actually don't know what the problem is, but they'll still talk authoritatively about it endlessly and waffle on and on. You need to be able to state the problem simply. And that's in a sentence, in a breath, really. How can you sum it up? What's the scale of the problem? How big is the market potentially? Is this a big problem for a few people or a minor problem for lots of people? Because that could completely change your business model. How do you know it's a problem? Who has the problem? Who are the beneficiaries to a potential solution? How can we solve their problem? So that is the solution. How's the problem solved now? That's a competition. And the competition might not be an existing product or service that's out there in the market. The competition might simply be, people have just found a hack or a workaround, and they're doing something completely different in the meantime. So the competition doesn't have to be another company or so on. And who's going to operate the solution? That's going to be the user. Now, when it comes to consumer type stuff, like a phone, for instance, typically the person who buys the phone, the person who uses the phone, the person who benefits from the phone is all one and the same. That said, still, for instance, a phone could be, me owning a phone also benefits other people potentially if they need to get hold of me. When it comes to business and things in large organizations, then typically, these are not the same people at all. They're very different people, and you need to think about that. Who discovers the product? Who's the first one that's going to find out about it? And potentially that person might not be either the user, the customer, or the beneficiary. It could be also, in a case of a large organization, someone who's going to help advocate and sell what you do or sees a potential for what you do internally. So your advocate, the person who discovers a product, might be someone who works in innovation, for instance. How are they going to discover and obtain the product? So those are your routes to market, your channels. And the last thing I want to say, the last question I want to address is, say you've answered all of those and you have a pretty solid business case. Should you do it? Just because you can, should we do it? As technologists, we have a responsibility to think ahead and think about the potential unintended consequences or externalities of the things that we build. So kind of like, I've called this the Jurassic Park test, just because we can, should we? So an example here, I think in the context of this event, and I'm not expressing an opinion, it's just something that should be thought about. If we're thinking about putting, a robotic solution in place, is there a potential for that to then supplant a person? Could that then end up supplanting more human contact or alienating people? I'm not saying it will, it really very much depends on what you're doing, but these are sort of the things that we need to think about. And even if your answer is yes, we should still do it, it might lead you to think about, well, actually, however, there may be some unintended consequences, and we need to think about that. Okay, and then there's really one big underlying thing with all of this. What assumptions am I making? And one of the questions overleaf, I'm just going to skip back here, how do you know it's a problem? That's a question that is an assumption test. Okay, we've stated it's a problem. How do you know? Have you just assumed it's a problem? Now, dealing with assumptions is one of the biggest things in startups and one of the toughest things, because we don't always know that we're making them. I don't want to delve into philosophy, but I'm just going to mention something about the difference between intuition and assumptions. Obviously, the implication is that, I might say, you might say to someone, right, okay, why do you think it's a problem? It's just, I don't know, I've been working in this field for decades. I've got a strong intuition that this is something that we need to fix. So the implication is that intuition is unconscious reasoning that turns out to be correct. If I was wrong about that, then you probably wouldn't call that intuition. You'd just say, well, he's wrong. He makes bad guesses. Assumptions tend to be things that are based on extrapolation or generalization. You may or may not be aware that you're doing it, and they may or may not be correct. So, if I'm asking you, why do you think something? And you say gut instinct, my intuition, and if it hasn't been proven one way or another, well, you're making an assumption, right? Certainly from my point of view. And you might be aware of that. You might not have been aware of that until I asked you, but that's something that we need to test. If we're not aware that we're making an assumption, then we can't test it and evaluate it, and that could be a big source of risk in our project. Now, I'll just take a breath here. I know I'm rattling through this as quickly as possible because I want to join the team formation session, and I want to make sure that we get all the material covered in time. Please, once again, if anyone's watching this, you've got any questions, feel free to fire them into the discussion, and I can address them. So on assumptions, this is a quote that was quite famous because it sounded so bonkers. But this quote, as we know, there are known knowns. There are things that we know that we know. We also know that there are known unknowns. That is to say that we know some things that we do not know. But there are also unknown unknowns, the ones that we don't know, we don't know. The reason it was such a good quote is that that you could almost categorize everything into these three things, and the goal here is to move it up the chain, is to reveal our unknown unknowns and at least make sure that we're aware that what these unknowns are. If we have known unknowns, then what is it we can do to evaluate them and make them known knowns? And that's what a lot of the rest of this is about. What techniques can we put in place to evaluate our assumptions? Before I move on from this, just one last thing to say about this is that, are assumptions inherently bad? No, not necessarily. Assumptions allow us to take shortcuts. Now, that can be good if it pays off, especially. If it pays off, then, it's a bit like gambling, right? But if it doesn't pay off, then clearly we might have just crippled our chances of success. So the point isn't that we're never going to be able to avoid making any assumptions whatsoever. The point is to be aware of the assumptions we're making and to be able to evaluate them and to deal with the riskiest ones. And the less well understood the domain that you're working in is, the more you're potentially going to have to rely on assumptions. So The next thing just to mention here as well is this whole process of innovation is not going to go from A to B to C perfectly. You're going to have to go back and forwards. This is often why traditional procurement struggles, because we say what we want, we get what we want, but then actually that might not be what we needed, and we have to go back and change that. So as we progress through all of this, we're going to have to go back and revisit past conclusions. Potentially things that we thought we were on solid ground with might turn out to be actually, maybe that's an unfounded assumption, and we don't realize that until we get further through the process. And the other thing is, even if we followed a really rigorous process, the market changes, users adapt, new things emerge, and the problem might not be what it was when you first set out. The key thing here is that we can't iterate, we can't improve unless we get some feedback. So the sooner that we can test our assumptions, the sooner that we can get something into someone's hands, then the sooner we can improve our product, we can learn. So how do we do that? Now, I put this into illustrate iteration, and I love this graphic because it is a fantastic illustration of iteration in a way, and a terrible illustration of innovation. And if you think you know what the problem is with it, then holler in the comments. So the point here is that in order to get something in someone's hands, it needs to be some kind of end-to-end solution for a particular use case. So we can't just hand someone a couple of wheels and say, imagine it's a car, go off and use it. We need to hand something that's usable right from the beginning in some way, even though it's quite minimal. So this leads us to what is known in startup circles as the minimum viable product. So it's the minimum amount of development needed to satisfy early adopters with a solution for an end-to-end use case, to start getting feedback and to start iterating. So we want to do the least amount possible, because we don't want to throw in, we don't want to go out on a limb here. We want to get the feedback, we want to be able to iterate, and we want to know that what we're building is absolutely necessary. So imagine that we're thinking about sweet treats. We've got our donuts. We want our minimum viable donut before we move on to thinking about sprinkles. And if you're thinking, well, I don't like sprinkles anyway, well, what's wrong with you? But if you don't like sprinkles anyway, well, great. We haven't wasted time building something that isn't going to be needed in the end. The problem with MVPs is it can, there might not be enough. So an MVP might solve the problem on just a completely utilitarian level, but it doesn't inspire the user. So if you think about the existence of things like PDAs and smartphones and everything for years and years and years, and the technology was there before iPhones, before iPads, and all the rest of it, and before the kind of the big phones that we're used to now. But the technology didn't inspire people. It wasn't, it might have solved a need technically, but it didn't solve it emotionally, and it wasn't user-focused. It wasn't user-centered. Tomorrow in the sessions later on in the week, we'll be looking more at kind of user-centered design. And the thing is, the point is that your point of when you need to stop with your MVP isn't necessarily when you've exactly solved the problem. It's when you've inspired the user to see the potential in it. Now, this might seem like I'm contradicting myself a little bit. Does that mean that we need to go on and put the sprinkles on and that's our MVP? No, not necessarily. There isn't a hard and fast rule for this, because every product's different, and the thing here is to be honest with yourself and make sure that you're not going too far, but you're also going just far enough. One of the issues is, though, that defining what this MVP needs to look like is quite tough, and what is it that we can do in the meantime, and potentially what can you be doing this week as well. So the other thing that we get people to look at is what we call a riskiest assumption test, and this is a specific experiment designed to eliminate assumptions. If you've got a software engineering background, you might be familiar with the difference between unit and integration testing. Unit testing just tests one very specific function in your program, in your application, whereas integration testing tests, what the user might see, what the output might be. And the integration test tests a whole ton of things all at once. If it doesn't work, then we don't know necessarily exactly what went wrong. We just know something went wrong in the overall product. So in a way, the MVP or the MDP is an integration test. It tests a whole ton of things all at once, and that's what can make it difficult to define it. Because you're testing potentially who the user is, what the solution is, and a whole ton of things. Now, it's not necessarily the case. Technically, an MVP doesn't have to be like that, but often it does become like that. And what can be helpful is, as you're working towards defining your MVP, is to run some assumption tests. So this is literally, we keep asking why, we keep asking how do we know this thing. We try and reveal our assumptions, and then the ones that we think we're least sure about are the ones that we want to try and run some kind of experiment. And the experiment could just be, surveying people. It could be going out and doing a bit of research. It could be building something and putting that in people's hands. It could be creating a landing page. And the point is that we're just taking one of the things and we're testing it. And that test doesn't have to be the product itself. Also, you could still be doing this when you've got a product out in the market. You might think, well, there's a new type of user for this. How can we test if that assumption's fair enough or not? Now, the riskiest in RAT is really, really critical, because the temptation with these things is to test what's easy to test, not what needs to be tested, and to test the things that you think that you're likely to get a positive response, because we want a positive response. But if you're going to run up against reality sooner or later, so the things you need to test are the things that you will feel most painful about, really. So going back to this thing about iteration and thinking about testing and what are we testing, what's the problem with this? So, we're going here in the bottom row from a skateboard to a bike to a moped to a car. And what is it we're testing, right? Why do people like to skateboard if we're going to put that product into their hands? Skateboarders might want to get from A to B, fine. They might want to look cool, depends on the skateboarder. They want to be part of a community, maybe. Why do people like to drive a car? Okay, they want to get from A to B. They want to look cool, maybe. Depends on the car. But maybe they just need to move things around. They want to transport kids and pets and shopping and all the rest of it. So if you're telling me you want to test that people want to get from A to B, well, is that a reasonable thing to be testing here? I mean, who doesn't want to get from A to B? And by A to B, are we talking across the town? Are we talking across continents? What is it that we're saying here? Because, these things aren't equivalent in any way. So you say, well, okay, we're actually testing, getting our shopping home. So, a skateboard wouldn't help. So the point here is, if your iteration starts with a skateboard, you might say this is hopeless, this is not working. People say this is silly, or they might not even see the potential in the product, and you're not going to get the feedback that you need. And potentially the feedback and potentially the solution isn't got anything whatsoever to do with helping people move from A to B. It's the fact actually maybe that you deliver it instead. Now, there are no hard and fast things with this. It depends on what you're doing to make sure that you're following a process that's relevant to you. This is why this stuff's so hard, because there's no one size fits all here. There are different techniques we can put in, but how you apply it is going to be different to every single product and every single team. The thing is, you can follow a process, but you still learn absolutely nothing of value because you haven't, applied it appropriately to your situation. Something you might not know, this is stealth mode, but something that a lot of people end up operating in stealth mode, whether they like it or not, is just effectively it's just keeping their idea under wraps until it's ready for launch. And problem with that is, well, first of all, why would you want to do that? So the reason that some people do this is because they think as soon as someone else finds out about their idea, then they'll steal it. Now, every so often there is something that might be relevant towards. You develop some, some crazy formula, chemical formula. You might have, developed some incredible piece of technology, and you're worried about it being copied. The vast majority of things, so businesses, startups, that doesn't apply at all. And the truth is, telling people about the idea doesn't make them want to copy it at all. It generally makes them more likely to want to critique it than anything else. Often the reason that people do it, though, is that it's just because they're embarrassed potentially about releasing something to critical feedback, because that's painful. It's painful to show people what you've been working on. Problem is, if you do it, then your idea is just developing in an echo chamber. It's just developing in your head, basically, without external feedback. And the thing is, whether your idea is good or bad, you're always going to get negative feedback. Some of it will be constructive and some of it will be unconstructive. And you'll almost certainly get some unconstructive negative feedback. It's just the way of things. And I know it's painful, but the thing is, the longer you hold off, the more emotionally invested you're going to be in what you're doing. And then the harder it's going to be to listen to difficult feedback. And the problem is, because you're inevitably going to get some unconstructive feedback, and you definitely get some negative feedback, you can end up having to deal with so much negative feedback that it's hard to tell the constructive from the unconstructive, and you end up just shutting down and not wanting to hear any at all. So the sooner you can get this into people's hands, the sooner you can kind of develop the fortitude to deal with the unconstructive feedback, then the better. Something just to say about who to go to feedback from. Often people will go to friends and family because they're accessible. And unfortunately, they tend to be the worst people, though, to go for feedback, because unless they're working in startups or investment, they don't want to hurt your feelings, so they're just going to tell you what you want to hear. And also think about people's ulterior motives. So potentially co-workers could be compromised because there could be a benefit, indirect or indirect benefit to your project. Whether it succeeds or not doesn't matter, but it could be that people have a motivator for giving you a certain type of feedback. I'm nearly at the end of this, so what I want to show you just briefly here is all the things I've covered in terms of all of these questions. We'll provide a copy of this, and it's up to you how you want to fill this out. This is one of our Canvas sheets. When we run face-to-face events, then we give you this on a big sheet of paper, and you can fill this out. And this covers all of the points that I've mentioned, and most of the points that will be mentioned in the earlier session. So defining who your customer, your user, and your beneficiaries are, trying to state the problem simply, trying to come up with a solution, thinking about the alternatives and competition for that solution, think about what your advantage is over that competition, and your channels, your routes to market. And then risk-based assumption test, defining 2 tests of something that we can do this week, whether that's surveying people or doing some research or interviews, that we can test that we're on solid ground with our concept here. Now you can see on the left as well, after you've done this, after you move on to the next stage, is when you go into prototyping. And this is really what your MVP is, your UX mockups, your technical prototype and roadmap. That will constitute your minimum viable product. But before we get to that, we need to define what we're doing, explore the space, and run a couple of tests. I'm almost out of breath. I've rattled through so much stuff so quickly here. I just want to end just a couple of final thoughts just to reiterate some things here. So all of this is about solving problems as quickly as possible with the least amount of investment possible, avoiding going out on a limb. So if something isn't going to work, would you rather find out now or later? And look, if you explore something new this week and it doesn't work out, then that's okay, actually. If this is an opportunity for you to explore something brand new, and in a space that it doesn't matter if there's a failure. We can follow a process and still learn absolutely nothing of value. So, all of this stuff that I mentioned counts for nothing unless you apply it appropriately to your own situation. There isn't a one-size-fits-all. That said, probably the thing that I want to end on here with this is that everyone thinks their project is a special case. They think that they don't need to do the research potentially, or that they need to build out this really big, complicated product at the beginning, or that they need to be in stealth mode. 9 times out of 10, the project isn't a special case in that regard. You still need to apply some kind of process here. You still need to do the research to make sure what you're building is needed. There is nothing better in the end of the day than solving a real problem and getting that into people's hands. That is the best thing in the world. So we want to get you to that point as quickly as possible. So from this point here, if you've been watching this and you want to participate, in the event, then please join our team formation session. What I'm going to do is shortly after we go back onto the event program on the live stream, I'll post the link to that in the live stream discussion. If maybe you're watching this and you already have a team actually, and you just want now just to crack on with something, that session is also your opportunity to connect with our mentors from SHIL. So I still recommend one of your team still dropping into that if possible. And if you've been watching this thinking, well, this is all very interesting, but I'm not going to be doing anything else this week, participating this week. What I'd potentially suggest you though is think about some things that projects are underway in your organization, and run through some of the questions that I covered. I'll skip back very briefly, and I'll be sharing these slides as well. So go through these questions and see, do you think that these questions have actually been answered in the development of that project? You also, you could potentially think about filling out this and applying that to that project as well. And if you want to do that, or at least you want to talk about that, then please join our interactive session at 2 o'clock, where you'll be able to talk about what you do in your organization and how you might apply some of these things to your own circumstances. So thanks very much for whoever's watching. Hopefully there was some people watching. I will be joining everyone on the team formation. Also, after me, so if you're not going to be participating and you're just watching the presentations, our next presentation will be at 1 o'clock. That'll be from Dr. Grant Wilson. And then we'll have, the next one is at 12 o'clock, from Dr. Grant Gibson. Next one after that is at 1 o'clock from Professor Alan Goh. And then, as I said, our interactive session at 2 o'clock. But I'll be joining the team formation, and I'll be putting the link to that in the chat. So thanks very much, everyone. We'll fade to white briefly, and you'll hear me rustling around as I put the live stream back up onto the program again. Thanks again.
Great. Hi, I believe you can all hear me. So I'll just introduce myself and tell you a little bit about what I'm going to be talking about with you over the next half an hour to an hour or so. So my name's Grant Gibson. I'm a lecturer in dementia studies at the University of Stirling. My background isn't in robotics or technology development or engineering or anything like that. I'm actually a social gerontologist. And I've been working on and off for about 15 years now around the issue of technology-enabled care. And I'm particularly interested in issues around how older people, and particularly people with dementia, engage with assistive technologies, telecare, sensors, GPS trackers, technologies like that. I've been working in this area, as I've said, for about 15 years, and I'm particularly interested in how people interact and use these technologies in the context of their everyday lives, and what are the various factors and arrangements that support them or hinder them in using technology. So a lot of this presentation is going to be very much focused on how older people engage with assisted living technologies in the here and now, and what those implications for their engagement with newer technologies such as social robotics might be in the future. So what I want to do over this session is give you an introduction to some of the sort of the major perspectives relating to technology-enabled care for older people from the social sciences, and some of the work that's being done in the social sciences to investigate what factors might facilitate or hinder the sort of the adoption, the uptake, and the use of assistive technologies going forward into the future. So to give you first, I don't know how aware you will all be, but to give you first a bit of a background as to the sort of the current status of assisted living technologies in relation to their adoption and use within health and social care services. And it's certainly true that health and social care services are increasingly seeing these technologies as an integral and essential part of their service provision. And over the last 12 months of the COVID-19 pandemic, this adoption has gone into overdrive. I think for many assisted living technologies, particularly things like telemedicine and sort of remote consultations, COVID is going to be a bit of a game changer that's going to lead to particularly healthcare services adopting these kind of technologies en masse. I can hear myself, sorry about that. What's been true over the last few years is we've seen various attempts by government to try to mainstream these technologies within the UK. We're seeing the rollout of a variety of assisted living technologies across health and social care at scale, particularly in social care, where there's been numerous attempts backed by significant sums of money to encourage local authorities to adopt assisted living technologies. And this has been despite a wider sort of context for these services of austerity, where social care departments, particularly in relation to care of older people, have seen their budgets being significantly cut, reducing significantly the levels of care that they can provide. And within this context, technology has been seen as potentially one of the big solutions to that problem. And I'm going to talk a bit more about that over the coming slides. Alongside this adoption within health and social care, we've seen the growth still relatively early, and I wouldn't say that there was a strong sort of private sector market for commercial assisted living technologies that are available at a sort of a retail level, so people can go out there and directly buy them themselves. That market isn't huge at the moment, but it's growing. It's been identified by a number of the big technology players as a growth market, and actually at the moment it's seniors, it's baby boomers that have the money, that have the actual financial wherewithal to be able to invest in some of these technologies for themselves. So the expectation is that the sort of the private sector market of retail technologies, of commercially available technologies, is going to grow significantly over the coming years. So some of the technologies that have been mentioned so far, and certainly some of the technologies that everybody in this lab is interested in around things like social robotics, have been identified as key solutions to the delivery of care for older people in the future. Not just social robotics, but also things like smart care systems that are able to provide detailed monitoring of older people with dementia, or other conditions, living in their own homes, and feeding that information directly into health and social care services has been identified as a really important sort of area that governments, both national and international bodies such as the EU, are spending an awful lot of money on. And I'm sure that many of you in the session will be aware of the amount of research money that the EU, for example, has been pouring into robotic development and assisted living technologies development. And as I've said already, amongst the private sector, these areas have been highlighted as a really big growth area that they're paying a great deal of attention to. So what are some of the future visions for where care is going and what a technology-enabled care future looks like? Well, I've highlighted sort of three main visions here. The first one relates to the use of things like artificial intelligence and machine learning to be able to support the development and rollout of smart care systems using remote sensing technologies integrated into health and social care services. And as I'm sure many of you will be aware, many of these kind of platforms have been around for quite a while now in the form of telecare services, but these new smart care systems take telecare to the sort of the next level, almost telecare 2.0, in which they'll be able to take detailed measurements of people's activities, detailed long-term measurements of biometric factors, and be able to directly feed those into health and social care services, enabling them to respond a lot quicker. Another key priority area that's been identified is around social robotics. Social companion robots are already here. Examples such as Paro, the robotic baby harp seal, that I'm sure many of you will be familiar with, has been around for more than a decade now, and there is some evidence to suggest that works, that can improve quality of life, reduce loneliness for older people living in care homes, for example. And there are various other social companion robots that are available at various levels of sort of development, although they're not necessarily being rolled out widely across care systems. Autonomous health and social care assistance robots, I would argue, are much further away. How much farther, I will let you inform me of that, because you're probably more of the experts about that than I am. But certainly when it comes to things like the legislative frameworks that would be required to support the use of these kind of robots, they are at very, very early stages of thinking about what changes in delivery of services are going to be needed to facilitate the use of these kind of technologies, because there will be significant changes in policy areas, legislative frameworks, practice frameworks around how care is delivered to allow these kind of technologies to become a mainstream part of care. But I suspect the kind of autonomous humanoid robots that are a common image of science fiction are still many, many years, if not decades, away from where we are at the moment. A third area of interest is around sort of commercially available smart technologies that are already present in the home space and what role these might be able to play in the future. I know that within my area, the subject of dementia and dementia care, there's been an awful lot of focus on the use of Amazon's Alexa technologies, and talk about how we can integrate these kind of technologies into care systems, and how commercially available devices can become a more significant part of technology-enabled care services. There are various issues and barriers that need to be thought about where that's concerned, not least what happens to the data that's being collected about people, particularly if it's health-related data. And these kind of barriers need to be overcome, but this is likely to be a big growth area in the future. But one question I do want to pose for you all is, are these visions actually based on the reality of what older people and the health and social care systems that are supporting older people need and want? Do these visions actually reflect what older people actually want and need? Will we see systems that are more like the first picture on this slide of an older person engaging with a companion robot, or will they be more like the cartoon image at the bottom of the slide? I'm sure many of you will be familiar with the cartoon Futurama. And this is from an episode in which Professor Farnsworth, an aged professor, ends up being housed within a sort of a technologized warehouse in which older people are kept and kept safe and apart from the rest of the society. It was called the Near Death Star in the episode. I use this in a quite flippant way, but it does actually demonstrate the sort of a more dystopian, let's say, vision of technology-enabled care for older people, in which older people are literally warehoused without meaningful interaction with other people, but are cared for using technology. And I'd argue this is something that we want to avoid. So to give you a bit of a background to the policy context around assisted living technologies, well, the focus amongst policymakers for assisted living technologies is based on a series of assumptions. And it's important to say that these are assumptions. There isn't necessarily the evidence to back some of these points up. But these assumptions are that assisted living technologies can reduce care but give a burden. They can help sustain cognitive and functional abilities, and this is particularly important in relation to dementia and dementia care. They can encourage independent living, also known as aging in place, in which people are able to stay in their own homes for longer, thereby reducing entry into more resource-intensive sources of care, such as residential or nursing care. And as a result of these kind of savings, they can lead to significant efficiencies while also leading to significant cost effectiveness savings for health and social care departments. And it's important to understand where these particular assumptions and the rhetoric around efficiencies and cost effectiveness comes from. It's very much based on policy narratives for care, which are based around the notion of the aging crisis, the silver tsunami, demographic time bomb are all sort of metaphors for this what's defined as a problem within social policy, which is the need to provide care for an increasing population of older people with declining resources, both potentially declining financial resources, but also declining resources in terms of things like workers and manpower, the size of the labour workforce that is able to actually be employed within care facilities and within care work, which is declining. For some states, the solution to this has been things like increased levels of immigration. For some states, some countries, the solution is much more technologically focused. For example, in Japan, where immigration is very, very low, technology has been particularly seen as a mechanism to resolve their particular aging crisis, which is much further down the line than in Europe, although many European countries are similarly facing significant population aging. So it's important to understand, when we're talking about the development of these technologies, what the policy context for them actually is. So that's the sort of the vision, the policy vision for these technologies. But, and it's a big but, many sort of theorists and academics, particularly within areas such as the social sciences or implementation science, have argued that the way that we're currently delivering assisted living technologies currently actually provides us with a really strong case study of non-adoption. One of the academic Trish Greenhouse, who's done an awful lot of what she's doing, a ton of work around COVID at the moment, but in the past has done a lot of really influential work around the adoption of assisted living technologies, has argued that actually the way that these technologies are currently being provided severely limits their effectiveness, and it severely limits the size of the market for these technologies. And this has actually been seen in the current UK market for these technologies, which actually, when it comes to actually getting devices into people's homes, the market in the UK is currently quite stagnant, with relatively limited growth of these installations, often low levels of awareness of these kind of technologies amongst older people themselves. So actually the kind of the policy rhetoric isn't being borne out in relation to people's knowledge about these technologies. Another really important point is that actually there's a lack of evidence to demonstrate that many assisted living technologies actually work at scale. Most of our evidence has been from relatively small-scale short-term studies, pilot projects or technology development projects and pilots. But where large-scale randomized controlled trials have been conducted, and there have been a couple of examples of this over the last 10 years, these large-scale trials have found that actually assisted living technologies in their current forms aren't leading to benefits. They don't lead to cost-effectiveness savings for services, and they don't lead to things like improvements in quality of life or reductions in caregiver burden amongst people using these technologies. So actually we're seeing a disconnect between the policy rhetoric and the actual evidence for these kind of technologies. As I've mentioned, there's lack of successful commercialization for many ALT prototypes. They don't get sort of out of the lab or out of testing to become mass market devices. And as I've mentioned already, there is still a limited, although it is growing, growth of a widespread consumer market for these technologies. So I, alongside many other social theorists of technology within the social sciences, would argue that at present, the rhetoric around these technologies as a potential solution to aging populations and the so-called aging crisis isn't actually meeting the reality of care services on the ground, or the potential that these technologies might actually hold. And if we want these technologies to actually lead to the kind of improvements we're interested in, we might well have to change how we think about both how technologies are developed and how we actually implement them within health and social care services. So I want to give a little bit more detail about some of the critiques that are emerging within one particular area of assisted living technologies, a direct relevance to this lab and these sessions, and that's relating to social robotics. And I'm going to talk about a paper that's literally just been published. It came out about 3 weeks ago, so it's hot off the press in academic terms, and this was a publication by Maybaum et al., who have posed 3 interconnected areas of critique, which shows how the focus on things like technology development and robotics both justifies its own sort of rhetoric, but it also redefines how we currently are understanding care within sort of these sort of policy rhetorics around the use of technologies. And these are important because they actually shape how organizations, how care services, how governments are thinking about what care actually is. And for these kind of technologies to be successfully deployed, we may need to rethink, or we are seeing forms of rethinking what care actually is and how we actually define what care is. And Maybaum et al. Talk about 3 particular areas of critique, which I'm going to talk a little bit more detail about over the next few slides. But as you can see from the diagram, these 3 critiques are circular. They kind of feed into each other and reinforce each other, meaning that it's very hard to break out of these ideas. The first one relates to innovation policy, or how robotic care systems are being defined as a priority for research and innovation, and how they're being defined within local, national and international sort of policy around research. The second area of critique relates to care organizations and how care itself is being redefined within and by these organizations to support the introduction of robotic care systems, as well as the position that these systems are going to occupy in relation to current conflicts and tensions within care organizations. And then the third area relates to how robotics engineering responds to create new systems that address these redefined care needs. So moving on to the first one, in relation to innovation policy, and this is about understanding what the sort of the policy rhetoric and what's constituting the policy drivers for technology-enabled care. And as I've talked about already, this context is very much defined by the idea that we're facing the Western, the developed world, but also the developing world very rapidly is facing an aging crisis, that growing populations of increasingly dependent older people are going to overwhelm the ability and capacity of developed economies to provide care needed for them. So it's posed as a problem which requires a solution. And technology becomes one of the potential solutions, and it becomes assumed as a solution to solve this problem. Within this sort of rhetoric, originally, older people were defined as being largely dependent, passive sort of recipients. That rhetoric has changed and moved towards something called active aging. Active aging is very much a consumer-driven discourse which positions affluent older people as users of technology being responsible for their own care. And here that's about individuals being responsible for their own health and their own care rather than states being responsible for it. In such policy sort of discourses, older people are positioned as consumers of home-based care technologies, creating a new consumer-driven market for these technologies while meeting government state objectives of keeping more people at home for longer, defined as independent living. And as I've said, within this discourse, technology becomes assumed as a solution, and sometimes the only solution, to the problem of demographic aging, defined by its ability to reduce demand on care systems while also being perceived to give consumers what they actually want. The second area of critique relates to care organisations and relates to the policy context of the challenge facing ageing care systems, as we've talked about already. Importantly here, not only are states facing a growing population of older people, but they're also facing reductions in the resources that are going to be available to meet those growing needs. These reductions in resources are often assumed. They're often based on political decisions. In the UK, for example, the idea that there are declining resources available to support older people is very much a sort of an austerity-based driver, and different governments could well pick different solutions rather than going down the technology route and using technology as a means of seeing how they can basically do more with less. But within such sort of austerity-driven policy discourses, efficiency and cost effectiveness becomes the key driver for care organisations. And there has been plenty of research that has, for example, worked with directors of adult social care services to ask them what their priorities for technology are. And their priorities are always, we need to increase the amount that our staff can do, and we need to increase the efficiency and cost effectiveness of our services. And within such discourses, technology becomes, again, the assumed solution to this challenge of providing more cost-effective care. But it's also important to note that this places these technologies within long-established conflicts between the various actors within care organisations, as well as between care organisations and policymakers. As I've talked about, the administrators of many care systems are very much driven by the need to do more with less, whereas the staff within these systems are very much driven by the need and the desire to provide holistic, individualised quality care, to be able to basically spend more time with the people they care for. But there is a tension between these two ideas and these two rhetorics, and how technology could be used to support these two different ideas around how care is delivered. And that therefore leads to and further reinforces some of the tensions within these organisations. The third area of critique, and this is probably the one that is most relevant to everybody listening to this, is about sort of how care becomes defined as a problem and as an issue within subjects such as technology development or robotics engineering. And here the question becomes, how do we try to fix care? How do we try to solve the problem of care, both technically and scientifically? Well, to do this, we need to make care accessible to engineering practices, and the way that technology development conceptualizes how technologies function and lead to improvements. And such forms of development, arguably, and this is what Maybaum argue, that this requires a redefinition of care, defining care as a series of definable functional tasks that can be addressed technologically in sequential steps. And by transforming care into this, we turn care into something that becomes accessible to to technology development, including robotics. By turning care into a series of instrumental steps, we're able to conceptualize the activity as something that can be solved by technology development. But within such definitions, care becomes reconstructed and redefined as a technical problem to be solved rather than a human orientation towards other humans. These kind of care practices can neglect or ignore the various practices and socio-technical arrangements that make care possible, but these can be hidden within such a sort of a instrumental technical definition of what care actually is. And such redefinitions can therefore be substantially different to how human actors, how staff delivering care services actually understand what care is, and can lead to very significant tensions between how care is defined for the purpose of robot actors versus how care is defined for the purposes of human actors. So just to summarize Maybaum's argument, Maybaum et al. Focus on the development of social robotics, but I think this argument can very much be applied across the sphere of technology developments and technology-enabled care more generally. And their argument is that this expectation that technology will be able to fix the problem of aging narrows definitions of care down to a technical problem that can be solved by technology. And these solutions can be developed through a linear technical process that itself creates and sustains this instrumental and technical definition of care. So going back to the flow chart from a few slides ago, we can very much see how this process becomes self-sustaining. We see this becoming self-sustaining within research and innovation priorities. We see it being self-sustaining within social policy. We see it within care organizations, and we also see it in the expectations placed among care staff. But many social scientists, and particularly those interested in social care research, argue that this kind of idea around what care is actually decontextualizes care as a human practice. It privileges particular ways of understanding and defining both aging and care. It puts primacy on those older people who are able to, for example, care for themselves, rather than need to use state systems such as social care. It diverts attention from other solutions to the issue of demographic aging, and it can marginalize many older people from the solutions needed to serve them. So I want to just finish this particular slide by asking the question of how do we bring older people's wants and needs into this process? And for the remainder of this session, I'm going to talk about one particular way around person-centered care that we can actually do this, and we can actually think more about how we can bring older people into the process of technology development for care. So to talk about one of the sort of the wider policy goals around assisted living technologies has very much been this notion of personalization. The idea that technologies can be adapted and personalized according to individual needs. And this has been identified as a priority within health and social care policy. Within the UK context, things like self-directed support or personal budgets for people in receipt of social care, in theory at least, the practice can be different, but in theory, these give people the option to create their own individual care packages that might or might not include technology. In many cases do include technology. And in the area of ALTs, this discourse and this policy refers to the provision of technological solutions tailored to individual needs, but which also at the same time meet these wider policy sort of objectives and priorities around gaining increased efficiencies and cost savings. But one of the ideas around these are that they transfer choice, control, and responsibility away from the professional, away from services, towards the client, the service user, the older people themselves. They have the choice about what technologies to use, but they also ultimately have the responsibility. So if things fail, it's basically their fault rather than the fault of services. Well, they picked the wrong care package rather than it being the fault with how services are delivered. However, another problem is this policy is also located within austerity politics, and also it kind of tends to prioritize those services that are listed as being available through the local authorities. So in practice, while personalization might be an option, the availability of options to engage with this can be very, very limited, and can tend to prioritize particular areas that are state priorities rather than individual priorities. And we see this a lot in technology development, which tends to prioritize issues of safety and risk management over needs as identified by the users of the technology themselves. It's important to note that personalization means different things in different policy contexts, therefore, and this idea of personalization differs significantly from what I describe and call a more person-centered approach to technology and technology development. So what do person-centered approaches to technology look like as opposed to personalized approaches? Person-centered approaches to technologies focus on co-producing solutions with users that are cognizant both of their individual needs and also the everyday context that those people find themselves in. A person-centered approach to assisted living technologies includes identifying priorities for these technologies among service users. What do older people actually want from technology, rather than what you as a technologist or rather than what a policymaker thinks they want, because they're very different questions with very different answers. Person-centered approaches can support older people to actually navigate the landscape for ELTs, to actually find out what's out there, both including sort of telecare devices provided through services, but also what's available commercially through the private market. And as that private market grows, this is going to become more and more important. A big driver of person-centered approaches to technology are very much about co-producing solutions with professionals, involving devices and end users. And this is also true at the stage of developing technologies themselves. These technologies should be co-produced with older people, working with older people to define what they think they need and want, rather than what you think they need and want, because as I've said already, they can be very different things. There are questions about how we might integrate ALTs alongside and with everyday or mainstream technologies, and this is becoming a growing focus. How might they interact with a technology such as a smartphone or apps on a smartphone? And of course, how might they interact with and integrate with technologies such as robots in the future? A couple of other important points are understanding the little arrangements that support technology use. And what I mean by little arrangements are the ways in which people engage with technology to make it fit in their everyday life, the ways that they may adapt or tinker with technologies. And I'm going to talk about this in a few more minutes. But to summarize this slide, this kind of approach to technology actually requires significant change, and I'd argue it requires wholesale system change in how we design and deliver assisted living technologies for older people. Some of the areas of change that will be required to meet this vision include development of technologies, include commissioning and procurement practices within health and social care services. They include the priorities set for technology by government, sort of local, national and supranational at the level of, for example, the EU, although that's less relevant, sadly, to us in the UK now. How they inform things like service development. How does a social care service, for example, need to change to be able to make use of the technologies that are being introduced, as well as what are the needs of staff in order to help them use these technologies. So I did just want to mention, I've talked a little bit about some of the different priorities that different stakeholders have around technologies. And from some research I've been involved with in the past, it's very clear that different stakeholders prioritize different aspects and needs. So service users tend to focus on issues such as freedom, independence, the unobtrusiveness of technologies that don't get in people's way, which many assisted living technologies in practice do. They're about individualization, flexibility, enjoyment, and avoiding stigma, avoiding sort of the display of technologies which could potentially be stigmatizing. For carers, however, family members who are providing informal care for an older person, a person living with dementia, for example, for them, their priorities are very much around managing risk, promoting safety, security, reducing caregiver burden. And for them, these benefits can actually outweigh any kind of controls or any restrictions that the technology might place on the older person themselves. And for services, as I've mentioned already, the drivers for services are very much around things like, does this save our service money? Does it enable us to do more with the resources we have? Does it enable us to do more with declining resources? Does it reduce the levels of other forms of care that are required? And that's one of the big measures of many assisted technologies is, does it reduce resource demands for other parts of the social care or healthcare economies? And finally, issues such as robustness and reliability are very important as well. So from this slide, hopefully you can start to see some of the different ways that different stakeholders prioritize some of these technologies. And these are things you will all need to think about when working on technology designs in the future. So I just wanted to talk about something I mentioned earlier when I talked about the sort of the little arrangements that are that support the use of technology. And myself and others have come up with the term bricolage to describe this practice. Bricolage refers to the non-conventional use of tools or methods designed and intended for a different use to address local and immediate needs. Bricolage can also be defined as bodging, as tinkering, as hacking. And it's all about finding ways to make an individual technology work for you as a person. How you get that technology might not necessarily work, but you can find ways to make it work for you as an individual and to become more acceptable to you as an individual. The photo on the screen was taken by some of Greenhouse's work, and this was an example of a knitted pocket, a little knitted bag that a person kept their pendant alarm in. The reason why they kept their pendant alarm in this was that it meant they still gained the kind of the security of having a pendant that could raise an alert if they needed it, if they fell, for example. But it also destigmatized the device because the pendant alarm was no longer on show. It could be kept in a little knitted bag, it could be hidden away, or it could be less obtrusive and therefore more acceptable for that person to work. And I really like this example because it gives a strong demonstration of how people bodge and tinker with technology to make it work for them. The point for you as technologists is that many of these sort of ways of engaging with technologies can be designed into devices. So I, for example, in the area of technology development for people with dementia, have seen things like music players with changeable fascias that can be used to hide certain controls to make it easier for the person to use. Another important point is that technology should be designed with these arrangements in mind, rather than requiring people to develop wholly new and unfamiliar or alien ways of using a particular technology. I always like to give the example of early versions of voice recognition systems, such as Microsoft's Kinect for the Xbox, which could work. You could use Kinect to turn your Xbox on and off, but you had to talk to it in a particular way. You had to adopt the language the machine, the Kinect, wanted you to adopt, rather than a more natural language. So this is an example of a big barrier that can be placed around these technologies, but it's also a reason why you need to think about how people might engage in these forms of creative tinkering and adapting technology. And I just want to give you a couple of other examples of bricolage from my own research. The first one is a webcam. This was used by a person I interviewed about quite a long time ago now, actually, about 10 years ago. So technology has moved on dramatically since then. But this webcam was used by a person to create their own bespoke telecare system using a webcam, a computer, a laptop, a smartphone, and various other cameras around the house. He developed this platform, this system himself. And the reason why he developed it himself was because He preferred it, and he preferred what it could do when compared to the kind of telecare systems available through his local authority. The system he built was able to do things he wanted it to do that the version available through a service couldn't actually do. And then the second example is actually a sort of a novelty item that somebody used, which I've kind of become known as Mr. Chicken from this slide. But the plastic cockerel you can see in this picture has a motion sensor in it. So the carer of a person with dementia, this was in Newcastle, had bought this device in a sort of a bric-a-brac store on holiday once, and because it raised an alarm, it crowed if the person went past it. The person put this device in the window by the front door, so that every time his wife, who was living with dementia, tried to go outside, the cockerel would crow. It would raise an alarm itself. But for various reasons, this was seen as more acceptable to both the person with dementia and the carer than a sort of a commercially available door exit sensor or a door exit sensor provided by the local authority. So these both give examples of how people can engage with high-tech systems, but also very low-tech systems to make technologies work for them. And regardless of the kind of technologies that you're developing, it's these kind of practices and arrangements that you need to try to be cognizant of. So my last slide, you'll all be pleased to hear, no doubt. Assisted living technologies, including the growth of things like social robotics, have great potential to enhance the care of older people in the future. In the short term, these include things like integrated smart care systems and social companion robots. In the longer term, we're talking about fully autonomous robots. We're talking about routine automation of care tasks. And something I'm actually quite interested in is the use of things like powered exosuits or augmetic, sort of almost bionic adaptations that can be used to make very physical tasks easier. And there's great potential for this in social care. For example, for care workers in care homes who have to do an awful lot of lifting and carrying work, this could be a really useful technology for them to use that reduces the physical sort of exertion required from care. However, I and many other social scientists have argued that if we want these kind of technologies to be successful, we have to reimagine the relationship between technology and care. This reimagining includes greater focus on how solutions are co-produced between and across stakeholders in the care economy, both in the technologies themselves and the systems that the technologies are going to be placed within. And I like to think that bricolage gives just one example of how we might be able to explore and think about the co-production of solutions around technology. But I would certainly finish off by saying that I would argue that what older people need and want, rather than what technology designers, companies or state services think they need and want, needs to be at the centre of this vision. So thank you all very much. I can provide the slides and the references that I've gone through to anyone that's interested. So do feel free to get in touch with me via the email if you have any questions about any of this. I'm on Twitter at Dr. Grant Gibson, so do feel free to give me a follow for those of you who are on Twitter as well. And thank you all very much. So I'm not sure if there's a sort of a system as part of this. So hi everyone, I'm not sure if any of you have any questions that you would like to ask. I'll just bring the slides back up. I'm not sure what the mechanism via this platform is for asking questions, but if any of you have got any questions, do feel free, and I'll do my best to answer them.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome to the next talk. I'm Alan Gow. I'm based in psychology at Heriot-Watt, and I'm going to be talking this afternoon about promoting and protecting brain health across the life course. I hope it's a nice addition to the talk you just heard from Dr. Gibson from Stirling. A couple of caveats up front. I'm not from a technological background, so my talk is going to be about the issue of brain health specifically. And equally, as a bit of a counterpoint to the previous talk, I'm going to be talking about what might lead up to, for example, the development of dementia, rather than people living with dementia. So hopefully, between this talk and the one before, there are a few similar issues to think about, but also some different things to consider as well. So I've been asked to speak for about 30 minutes, so hopefully I'll keep to time. And as we go through, please do pop questions in the chat. I can't monitor that completely live as we go through, but we've then got up to 30 minutes afterwards for addressing some of those questions. So hopefully there'll be some really useful things for us to talk about and consider. And so, as we get started, I'm using a framing from this report. This report came out a couple of years ago from an organisation called SAPEA, which is the Science Advice for Policy for European Academies. They prepare a policy document that is then looked at in the European Commission. And I'm using this one as a framing because I think it does something quite useful within the ageing field. It splits our considerations into roughly two categories. Thinking about people who are already older and who may already have a specific condition, disease, diagnosis, how do we best transform our systems of care to support those individuals to age as well as possible in the context of having that specific condition? But equally, taking a step back from that, looking at people who are currently younger, young adults, middle-aged adults, early old adults, and thinking about how we might create environments and opportunities to reduce the likelihood of those individuals becoming unwell in the future. And so I'm focusing a bit more on the preventative part, the earlier part of the life course. And I say, hopefully that's a nice counterpoint to the talk immediately preceding this one, which was looking at people living with dementia, their carers, their families. But of course, the context is very similar. Why are we interested in the potential prevention of dementia? Well, the World Alzheimer's Report from a few years ago now reckoned there were currently, at that point, 47 million people living with dementia, looking to increase to 131 million by 2050. That was the current figures when this SAPEA report was put together, and of course we can update that. So in 2019, the World Alzheimer's Report was updated, reckoning now that there are 50 million people living with dementia globally, and it's expected to increase threefold by 2050. So by 2050, the current estimate that there might be 150 million people living with dementia. And that's why the issues that you were hearing about in the talk before are so important. Many people will be living with dementia and living for a reasonably long period of time with dementia in the different stages that will go through. What we are interested in from the other perspective, of course, is not just supporting people to live well with dementia and have good, productive lives, but also to try and reduce the likelihood of that disease developing in the first place. And we know there are pharmaceutical approaches targeting Alzheimer's as the principal cause of dementia, but those have met with limited success. I heard it mentioned earlier today that the pharmaceutical approaches haven't really created any disease-modifying solutions. And of course, even if there were pharmacological solutions, which, as I say, there aren't particularly useful outcomes there, we would still, I think, and I hope, want to consider the life course approach, the trying to reduce the likelihood of those pharmaceutical approaches being needed in the first place. So we need to consider a full life course approach in targeting the specific determinants of how our cognitive functions change as we age, and then the potential development of dementia. And when we think about this area, this is the area that I work in. It's the area of cognitive aging. What do we mean by that? Well, cognitive aging is simply the characteristic changes that we might experience in our thinking skills across the life course. And I put up this figure, I think is probably one of the clearest demonstrations of what we mean by cognitive aging. So the data shown in this figure, real data from a longitudinal study in the United States, the Seattle longitudinal study, and each of the little coloured lines, hopefully you can make those out, these are different types of thinking skills. So I'm sometimes going to use the terms cognitive abilities, thinking skills in a very broad way, but when I do that, do remember underlying that there are many different types of thinking skills, and they develop and change in different ways across the life course. So here are just some data for a group of different thinking skills. But what's one of the key things that we notice? Well, actually, for most of our thinking skills, this period, so from the age of about 25, let's say up till about 60, the period of time that covers most of our adult lifespan is actually a period of either relative stability in those thinking skills or indeed continued growth and stability in those thinking skills. And this is quite different to what we had considered even just a few decades ago, with the idea that thinking skills declined and declined relatively rapidly across the lifespan. For most thinking skills, you'll see that age 60 isn't a bad cutoff, that if there are changes, that's the point after which they might start to become apparent on a population type level. And I'm going to pop up another figure. This figure now is not data. This is a purely figurative demonstration of what that might look like. So again, age along the bottom here. And what are we talking about? Well, we're highlighting the fact that the figure before was showing the average trends in those different thinking skills across the lifespan. But we know there are large individual variations within that. Some people age very well with respect to their thinking skills, some people don't. And this figure tries to illustrate that, the idea that someone could be at the top end of the distribution and someone else could be at the bottom end. And the area of opportunity is this idea of trying to highlight that across the whole lifespan, there may be opportunities to help build capacity. And why is it useful to build capacity? Well, the higher we are with respect to this distribution, the less likely we are perhaps to develop something like dementia. Now, this could be true for not just cognitive issues in this context, but we can think of the same idea in terms of physical health and other aspects. So across the life course, there might be different things that we would want to intervene on to try and build that capacity. So in the early lifespan, so up till the age of about 20, we might be particularly interested in the things that help us enhance the capacity that we have. What are the factors that might be important in building capacity? In the middle part of the lifespan, we might be interested in the factors that delay decline or modify the rate of decline. So even if we can't stop the age at which some changes might start to occur, can we slow the degree of change experienced? And again, all of these things might be important. Increasing the level, shifting the time at which decline might start to occur, or slowing the rate of decline. And these might have shared predictors, or sometimes specific predictors might be relevant to specific aspects of that. And within the various reports that we see in these things, there has been a suggestion that even 1 year of delay in dementia could lead to 9.2 million fewer cases worldwide by 2050. If a global change could be made where 1 year extra is added before people might receive a dementia diagnosis, the idea that could reduce cases by 9.2 million fewer cases by 2050. Now that, of course, sounds like a huge number and hugely beneficial. Remember, though, of course, it's in the context of those 2050 estimates being 150 million people living with dementia by that point. So yes, huge opportunity, but we're still talking about very, very large numbers of people who would be living with dementia. And within the area, we're particularly interested in the opportunities for identifying the social, psychological, and other factors that might shape how our cognitive abilities mature and age. So the development, the building, and then the changes that might start to occur later. Discussion, as I say, is often focused on this idea of building reserve or maximising the peak early in the life course. But I think it's important to remember there are important issues, not just in increasing the peak, but actually maintaining the level that we have across the life course and slowing any rate of decline later. Research really is highlighting those lifestyle factors, metabolic, cardiovascular risk factors that might be important to those trajectories of change in later life. And within the SAPIA report, at that point we were able to talk about 3 relatively recent population estimates for factors that might be important for the development of dementia. And so here are just a couple mentioned. So these reports looked at 7 potentially modifiable risk factors that might have accounted for about a third, up to a half of the cases of dementia, in this case in US and Europe. What were the kinds of things that they were identifying? Well, you'll see those things here. Diabetes as a risk factor, hypertension and obesity in midlife, not getting enough physical activity, depression, smoking, lower educational attainment, lower educational outcomes. And within these kinds of reports that look at these things, there are different estimates for what benefits we might see from targeting these risk factors. And one of the suggestions being that if we could reduce each of those risk factors by 10%, we might reduce the prevalence of Alzheimer's by about 8% by 2050. So again, some of these risk factors, as you'll see, might be more or less amenable to intervention at different points. And although I'm talking about these risk factors in terms of prevention, they're equally potentially interesting and important for people living with dementia. So these might be of relevance to those in the audience who are thinking about solutions to people who already have a diagnosis, are living in their own home or living in some supported living environments. What are the kinds of lifestyle and health factors that we might want to be particularly targeting with respect to improving outcomes, regardless of whether someone has a diagnosis or not? What are the best targets? Now, since the SAPIA report that I've been mentioning came out, there's been the most recent update to the Lancet Commission report. And if anyone's interested, the Lancet Commission report, I think, is probably among the best and clearest articulations of the factors that might be associated with cognitive changes across the lifespan, and particularly with that focus on the diagnosis of dementia. And this is the most recent update on that report, identifying 12 risk factors from across the lifespan. And those 12 risk factors together, they believe, account for about 40% of the cases of dementia globally. Now, they have been working on updates of this, looking at specific areas of the world, and there are some variations in high income versus lower income countries in terms of the broad balance of some of these factors. But let's look in detail at a few of those things. So zooming in on different parts of the life course, you'll see that early in life, education appears to be a relatively important factor with respect to something that will potentially develop decades later. So we're talking here about people being in education and staying in education longer in childhood through adolescence, and in many cases in early adulthood when we talk about further and higher education. I'll point out the percentages in the little bubbles in this report are the reduction in dementia that could be estimated if that risk factor were to be eliminated. Now, obviously, there are discussions around how likely it would be to be able to eliminate some of these risk factors, like low education, but that's the nature of the calculation. But it gives you a useful way of comparing these different risk factors in terms of the relevance of them to brain health across the lifespan. So in midlife, what are the key things we might want to target and focus on? Well, we might think about hearing loss. Now, for many people, that is an incredibly surprising one, and not only surprising, but that it has among the largest potential impacts on the development of dementia. And hearing loss is something that can be relatively easily intervened upon not necessarily successfully in every situation, and not necessarily accessible for every individual. But there's a really interesting target for our potential solutions. How do we best monitor hearing and hearing loss across the lifespan, and how do we best intervene on that at different stages of the lifespan? Other aspects there, traumatic brain injury, hypertension, alcohol, obesity, even just looking across those risk factors, I'm sure you're thinking how some of those may be not open to intervention. Traumatic brain injury as a result of an accident, for example, very, very difficult to predict and reduce the likelihood of, although we've perhaps done a lot of that in terms of things like seatbelts and the current discussions, for example, on reducing impact as a result of contact sports. But you can think yourself in your own solutions how relevant some of these factors would be to be built into some of those monitoring or intervention technologies. And let's take a jump to the later part of the lifespan. So in terms of some of the risk factors from the later part of the lifespan that might be relevant, we might think about smoking, depression, social isolation, physical inactivity, air pollution, diabetes. And again, you see an interesting range of opportunities there. Diabetes being diagnosed and kept under control, very important. But actually, if you look in terms of the balance of risk factors, smoking seems to be accounting for almost 5 times as much of the dementia prevalence. So how do we support people to reduce or eliminate smoking if they are current smokers? And again, those are things that could be built into different solutions. Some of the factors may be more amenable to intervention than others. So social isolation is a growing concern across third sector, across public health. But it's an incredibly difficult one to think about intervening on, because by the nature of the issue, people who are socially isolated are often less visible to many of the organisations and groups who would want to help them. And equally, what is the solution to social isolation? Well, it's not just social contact. It's not about social contact. It's about meaningful connection and meaningful contact. And so identifying the risk factors is a first and indeed important step, but actually turning those risk factors into targetable factors within some of the solutions that you will all be experts working on is, of course, an incredibly difficult issue. So, to summarise from some of those things, well, numerous reviews now reiterate that multifactorial nature of dementia. And this isn't just for dementia, this is for cognitive function, brain health more generally. Many, many, many factors, each making small or moderate contributions. So when we think about solutions, we want to think about targeting as many outcomes as possible, hopefully to get the best possible outcome. The interplay between genetic susceptibility and environmental factors across the lifespan is, of course, important, and one that we need to be taking much more account of. I don't think we're yet at the level of designing and developing individualised interventions, but I think that will be something that is of increasing interest as we move forward. There is, however, often an unfortunate lack of evidence for specific interventions, and I'm going to use one example to talk about that in a little bit of detail. And that is the example of brain training. So within the area of brain health, I'm sure you're all aware of this idea of games, puzzles, programs, often used under the colloquial term brain training, to help build or improve our thinking skills as we age. It's estimated that globally there might be 2 billion people experiencing brain health issues that affect their lives or their work-related outcomes. And in this report from Sharp Brains, that experience might cost the global economy $2 trillion. And in that same report, they estimate the global market for these kinds of programs and puzzles may be currently sitting about $6 billion. Now, I should stress that's not just brain training, games and puzzles. That's a whole suite of assessment and training tools more generally. But the brain training area is not without controversy, and this area led to a group of researchers raising concerns. This is the Stanford Center for Longevity's letter raising concerns about the brain training industry in terms of some of the claims that were being made. Of course, there was then a response to the controversy, another group of researchers arguing against the more pessimistic warnings of the Stanford letter. And that argument back and forward led to a group of researchers conducting this report a few years ago now. And it was usefully titled, Do Brain Training Programs Work? And I won't go into the full detail of the report. It's an incredibly long and detailed summary of the area. But what does it say? Well, it says yes and no. Yes, in the sense that people get better at these kinds of games and programs when they engage with them. But no, in the sense that those benefits don't broadly seem to translate to real-world benefits. So the benefits we see are often quite restricted to the specific games, puzzles that may be included in these programs, but that they don't yet seem to extend beyond those kinds of tools. And of course, this area is one that, for many people is a warning in some respects of being very careful when we develop solutions, that the solutions are properly evidenced before an industry exists around them. So Lumosity, as you'll see from the slide here, was a few years ago charged by the Federal Trade Commission in the US for its advertising. The advertising standard group in the States believed that the advertising was going way beyond what the evidence could at that point say, and so they were fined. And I think it is a useful example of being sure that our solutions are built from evidence and continue to gather evidence of their effectiveness. And this slide is just 6 relatively randomly picked brain training programs. I say relatively random. They are the sort of they were within the top 10 when I searched recently on the Apple App Store. And I looked at each of them in terms of the evidence that might be cited on their materials and websites. And you'll see that there are relatively limited details shared by these groups, even now after that relatively large fine for one of these companies, relatively limited evaluative work done on these things. And in some cases, no research cited at all. And that's fine as long as people aren't making claims. So if they are purely sold as fun products for people to engage with, that wouldn't be a problem. But we've got to be careful if we're making specific claims. We want to be sure and certain that they would stand up to scrutiny. And within this area, groups like the AARP in the States, AGK in the UK, have created different reports about what might be good or bad for brain health. And I'm just going to highlight this one, which was all about cognitively stimulating activities. And in a little infographic supporting or accompanying this report, I should say, they have this little bit that I'll just pop out. They say the evidence today regarding the benefits of what most people consider brain games is weak to non-existent. So among the UK and the US's largest charities lobbying for older people, they are not currently supporting that example of brain training, for example. So again, we've got to think very carefully about our solutions and evidence along the way that would support them, so that we make sure those solutions do what we expect them to do, and that other people can have trust in those things by following the chain of evidence. And as we get into the final 5 minutes of my opening talk, I want to just highlight a couple of things from a survey we did in my own team a few years ago, and it's called What Keeps You Sharp. And I want to highlight this because within that survey, although it was specifically related to brain health and thinking skills, we asked people what were the things they were concerned about with respect to aging. And so what did we find the top thing that people were afraid of? And it was this: being cared for by strangers. The idea of not being able to live independently, and not just being cared for, but by being cared for by people they didn't know, not having that network around them, or being cared for by people in a situation which would perhaps be thought of as more institutionalized, where they may be receiving support and care from people that they don't have that connection with. And I'll let you have a read over the different issues that people are thinking about with respect to ageing. Now, I'll be clear, this question was framed in a relatively negative way in many respects by being about the thing that people were fearing or concerned about. But in the survey more broadly, there were many, many positive things. I'll not go into the detail of all those. But yeah, just so you're aware, we weren't conducting a survey with the hope of creating more fear than is required. But I think it's important to acknowledge that with aging, people do have specific concerns. And again, as you're thinking about the kinds of products or solutions that you might be developing, these are perhaps relatively common things for people to be concerned about. The loss of independence, the being cared for by others, the not being able to live at home. And of interest to me particularly is that one in this, of second place, the loss of thinking skills. So many aspects of ageing that we might want to intervene on. And different people will, of course, have different things that they are more or less concerned about. Within the context of that survey as well, we also asked what kinds of things might make you change your behaviour? What might make you engage more in activities to improve thinking skills? So we gave people a list of issues and situations and asked them, would this make you change your behaviour? And so here are the range of different things. So would experiencing a major physical illness or chronic disease related to brain health make you change your behaviour? Would feeling that your own memory or focus is declining or isn't what it used to be make you change your behaviour, etc., etc.? And here's the figures, and it's organised by highest to lowest. So you'll see quite a range of things here. And why did I put this one up? Well, I put this one up to help generate the discussion that having an issue that people might experience later isn't potentially the driver of what changes behaviour. So if you look right at the bottom, seeing, hearing or reading about an issue in the media wouldn't make many people make changes to their own behaviour to try and reduce the likelihood of that outcome happening. Look at the very top. What would make you change your behaviour with respect to reducing the likelihood of some issue to do with brain health? What do people say? Getting some issue related to my brain health will make me change my behaviour. So it's really interesting when we talk about prevention versus treatment. Many people would be in the camp that they're unlikely to be thinking about prevention until after the fact. The behaviour change will often come later. So again, when we're thinking about products or solutions, we probably want to think quite carefully about what that might mean with respect to how open people are to making changes depending on where they are in the lifespan. And so just to wrap up on the SAPEA report that I started off with, it talked about changing our approach to ageing across three broad strategies. This idea of building physical and cognitive capacities to enhance reserve so that the maximum potential is reached in early adulthood, so increasing the peak that we might hit early in adulthood, maintaining our function or delaying the onset and pace of functional decline and disease during adult life, so many different ways we might think about that through adulthood, and then slowing the rate of decline or disease progression in older adults. And again, I'm putting this out there to perhaps hit different targets. Depending on the solutions and products you're working on, it may be they cover one of these, it may be they are applicable at different parts of the lifespan. I know the week-long Mashup is particularly focused within a care context, but equally it might be that many of these things are applicable in earlier parts of the lifespan or in the prevention part of the discussion, as well as the working with people with that specific disease or diagnosis. And so that's me bang on my 30 minutes allotted to speak. So we do have some time for questions. And I'm just turning my head now to see if there's any questions. In the chat, there is a question about having the URL in the previous slide again. I'm afraid I didn't see what slide that was referring to, but what I can certainly do is look at the slides available and see what URLs it might be. If you're in the room, please do pop an extra point on the chat, and if I can identify what that one might be, happy to do so. And so I am opening the opportunity for any questions or thoughts or any aspects that people might want to think about. And I'd say hopefully that was useful and interesting. As I appreciate it's in the sort of more prevention, earlier aspects of the lifespan than perhaps many people be thinking about, but hopefully a useful counterpoint to keep in mind that our solutions may be targeted at specific groups post-diagnosis to live well and live better with whatever disease or condition that might be. Equally, thinking about the other avenue, the potential to reduce the likelihood of that condition in the first place. So I'm not seeing any questions coming in, but you can see on the slide here, my email address is there, and my Twitter handle as well. So please feel free, if things come up after the fact, to get in touch. I can see a question from Mauro asking, do you have any thoughts on the role of robotics for promoting and protecting brain health? I think it's a really interesting question, Mauro, and I think it's one that we're certainly going to see more of. I think at the moment, and you're more the expert, Mauro, in this area than I am. I think at the moment it's probably fair to say there's much more interest in robotics as potential assistive technologies for people with a specific need for those, rather than thinking about robotics in a way to promote brain health in the first place. But equally, I don't see why those solutions won't become more prevalent in the coming years, so that as robotics and robotic solutions become more and more commonplace, I think we will certainly see that. We see various technologies, various Google Hubs and Alexa and Siri and these AI-driven solutions. I think we will see the next wave of those things trying to not only support people who have a specific need, but also monitoring and enhancing behaviours. I think that's certainly of interest. But I think it's probably fair to say at the moment those technologies are perhaps more on the supporting people to live well who may have a specific need within that field. I can see another question that's coming there from Hamza, which is, what are your thoughts on emerging screening tools which have been used to detect through biomarkers developmental disabilities as well as other conditions such as anxiety, depression, and burnout? So let me see, screening tools. Yeah, so screening is a really important thing. I think if we don't know that we individually or someone is experiencing a certain issue, obviously we're not going to be able to intervene on it. Now, I think the issue gets interesting is what we mean by screening and how much input and control the individual has over that. I think with ubiquitous technology, we're certainly getting into the situation where it might be possible to assess and diagnose things in a way that's almost separated from the person acknowledging that there might be a problem. At the moment, for example, just to take the issue with memory or dementia, at the moment, a person has to identify they're experiencing a problem, or a family member acknowledges that they're having a problem and then refers themselves to their GP or their clinic. Again, it probably isn't that far off before we have some of these ubiquitous monitoring systems that can identify some of those early changes. And I know that you're hearing from Mario Para from Strathclyde later in the week, and I know he's been doing an awful lot of work on those ways to better diagnose and better earlier diagnosis. And some of the tools and technologies will certainly start to be able to do that. So if we think about even something like physical activity, it's not going to be that long before we have solutions built into people's houses which identify long periods of sitting, long periods of inactivity to try and do something with it. So apologies, Hamza, it's maybe not completely on your question exactly, but I think we want to ensure that users are involved in those discussions early on, and that perhaps links back to the talk before, that if we are developing systems that can assess and monitor these things, that people are aware that those are happening, and that they're signing up for that. That's why they're installing device X in their house, so that it can be an early warning sign for some of these issues. So just checking. Any other questions coming in, please feel free to pop those in the chat. And equally, if something I've said hasn't been as clear as it could be, please do let me know. I know that these remote sessions can be really good for lots of reasons, but the ability to ask a question and then ask a quick follow-up isn't always quite as straightforward. Any other thoughts or questions? Okay, so what I'll probably do then is I will, as long as the people operating the buttons at the other end can agree that's okay, I'll probably switch off my camera and mic just now. I will be around for the remaining part of the session. So if questions come up, we can perhaps be a bit dynamic of opening the mic and camera to answer those, or equally, I'll be monitoring the chat as well. So thank you very much for listening, and I will pop my camera and mic off just now. Thank you.
So hi folks. Sorry, I'm just trying to do two things at once here to the inevitable effect that's not working very well. So I'm here with Edwin Lindsay. This is our final session for the day. So Edwin is a principal consultant at Compliance Solutions Limited, and it's all about understanding routes to market in an ever-changing regulatory world. And so Edwin's also on the advisory board at Heriot-Watt as the of the new medical device centre at Heriot-Watt. So thank you very much for joining us today, and I'll leave you to take it away.
Okay, thank you, Alan, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to cover quite a lot of information in the next 30 or 40 minutes around the medical device regulation, and as I say, the ever-changing world of the regulations. Just to give you a quick overview, I've been working in medical devices for over 20 years now, from class 1 to class 3 devices, both implants, software, artificial intelligence type devices. Currently got a company called Compliance Solutions with 22 consultants working with me. We cover everything from EU, UK, and anywhere else in the world, including US, Canada, Japan. And predominantly work with small to start-up companies, spin-outs, who are trying to find their way through the regulations, and also some of the bigger companies as they're trying to learn the new regulations. And as I say, over the last 50 years, devices have developed and they're still developing, and this is why the regulations are changing. Regulations have been developed for simple wound care dressing, simple devices. Even a heart valve, it's a simple device, just it's got a lot of risk. But with the newer devices coming in with polymers, electronic engineering, computer technology, it's getting more and more sophisticated. The regulators are having to keep up with inventors, new technology comes through, but understand that technology, which leads to a lot of roadblocks or a lot of delays in projects potentially as well. And this was normally one of my last slides that I use, but it's now becoming one of my first slides. Is the current industry that people are coming into, especially with startups, people with new ideas, new concepts, is the regulatory world is changing. There's a dramatic increase in the requirements. The requirements are changing from what you may have been used to if you've been involved with this industry 2, 3, 4 years ago, especially in Europe, with the new regulations coming in. The regulators are trying to understand a lot more of the issues around software. It's not just your normal firmware that was in a number of devices over the last 20 years, but the actual software that connects to the cloud, artificial intelligence, etc. There's a lot of issues around software. The regulators are becoming concerned about it, and they're starting to bring a lot more regulations around the software, from the development of it, from the changes once it's in the marketplace, and also the classification of these devices. So medical devices is the companies we work with are all about bringing new products to market or improving the current products, identifying what is the actual or the potential problems, what can go wrong or what could go wrong with the current device, how to improve it, or what's with any new devices. One of the things that we work from a regulatory point with, and it's coming more and more, is the regulators want you to talk to your patients, your users, want your feedback. It's not just okay that a scientist, an engineer develops a product and thinks it's the best thing since sliced bread. They want them to understand their patients, their users, understand how will they use it. Will it be the right environment for them? Will they actually use it, even though it may help them provide a better healthcare for patients? Is it feasible to be used? Is it cost effective? All that feeds into the regulatory world, because it all starts to be asked about from a clinical point of view, from a usability point of view. Because one of the things that we see with some of the designs that we work with, and we start to look into the usability, the clinical aspect, it is, yes, that's the design, but the users will always try and cut corners, or they'll always try and do it quicker. especially in the environment maybe nurses are in because they're under pressure, they need to do things quickly. Your device might be perfect, but from a regulatory point of view, if we start to find these issues, we then have to address them. So we're looking at, yes, the design might look great, but is the user experience actually how it's going to be used, or will they use it a different way? So all this have started to feed into the regulatory world. This is kind of an overview of what types of medical devices should I be looking for. This is when you're developing a device, the regulators want you to look into the marketplace and see what's happening with other similar or equivalent devices to yours. What defects, what issues have they had, and making sure that you then solve them before you take your product to market. And it could be a combination of all of these, including labeling and how people understand the labels, the packaging, the interactions with the devices that it could be connected with. Some of the main areas that the regulatory aspect feed into, because this regulatory now kind of drives one of the main aspects of getting the product to market. In the past, regulatory was always an afterthought, even in some of the higher class products. So you need to understand the market, the potential size. Yes, that's all to do with your business. But you need to look at it from a regulatory point of view, from reimbursement, clinical usability, the user, the purchaser needs. All this feeds into the actual clinical aspect of it, the technical file, the actual development of the product, and how to understand where do I want to take my product, which country do I want to go to. So you're looking at it, the initial step is you've invented a product. Obviously, protect your IP, start to learn and start to develop your device, and develop the regulatory path and commercial route. All four need to be done very early on and all done in parallel now, because you can get down to stages where you've protected the IP, but you've missed some of the claims that you maybe want to look at. You may have not developed the device enough for the regulatory path. You need to start looking at them all very early on, even if it's just sanity checking things, what you're doing with people who understand the regulations, because it's an environment where it will, if you don't get it right at the start, it could add extra cost, time to get this to marketplace. As I said, protecting your IP, I've put some information. Most people are aware of this, but your IP can help with regards to your actual device, your trademarking. When it comes to actually trademarking your product name, that helps with some of your applications and helps you gather information around the product. And the IP now feeds into the technical file, especially around software, artificial intelligence, the algorithms. The regulators all want to know how these work. So you need to make sure that your IP is protected, because they will start to ask you for information around your algorithm, which a lot of companies we work with do not want to share with regulators. I've already said some of this, but the earlier you understand your regulatory pathway, the easier it will get, and the easier it will be to understand how you will get to market and what are the potential roadblocks. Nothing in the regulatory world in a medical device, unless you're a class 1, very low class product, anything that has to go through a regulator, there's in the next 3 to 5 years or maybe more, there is going to be a roadblock with regards to lack of regulatory bodies, time to market with regards to access to clinical trial data, access to development data, because the amount of data that they require to be established. We all know why rules, and these are three rule breakers, which has caused a lot of the problems in Europe recently. And the first two, the PIP and the vaginal mesh, are what has probably potentially changed the way Europe looks at the regulations. The UK, because of Brexit, have decided not to follow the new rules at the moment. They will follow the current rules, which makes the UK slightly different from accessing the marketplace, but it will only be UK or Scotland, Wales, and England are the three areas. So the GB, Ireland, and Northern Ireland, you won't have access to if you don't have the C mark, if you've just got the UK mark, which is the new rules that come in January. In Europe, the PIP and the vaginal mesh issue is what is driving the change in regulations, and it's making it harder for companies to bring new products to market because of the scrutiny the regulation is under and the data that's going to be required. I'll just put this in for your information, but what you have to ensure is your device or your product actually a medical device, or is it not? You'll say there's some devices out there that could be wellness devices, but you need to ensure that, and it's your responsibility to ensure that what the product you're developing doesn't fall under a medical device, because you can't just say, oh well, I didn't know. The regulators don't look on that too kindly. You need to have done your homework to ensure that if it is a device, you know what device it is and the categories it falls under, or if it's not a device, why it's not a device. So there's regulators all over the world, and there's different ways of regulating. So currently in Europe, we have a notified body, which is TUV, BSI, SGS, these are examples of the bodies that will approve products that are classed 2A, 2B and 3, and any sterile measuring reusable products. United Kingdom, the MHRA is overseeing it currently, and because of the regulations changing, they're bringing in what is now called an approved body, which is similar to BSI, UV, SGS, but they all have to apply for a license within the UK. So currently there's BSI and SGS who can approve devices in the UK if you require a body. There is a transition that you can use the CMAP up to July 23. After that, at the moment, you will require to then have to have a UK CE mark. You've also got Canada, which is Health Canada. EU are overseeing, similar to MHRA, they will oversee the notified bodies. Japan, the United States, the FDA, and any other regulatory bodies. They all do talk to each other, and they all are looking to make more of a harmonised world. But that will take time, and it's slowly getting there, but it will still take time. They all have got their own regulatory approval process, which is, as I say, the classifications can be different in different countries. For those who don't understand, the MHRA oversees the whole life science industry in the UK. And especially medical devices, they will evaluate any instance that happened that may be reported to the MHRA through the yellow card system or via, it could be a user, it could even be a distributor, an importer. But what they do is they evaluate these and they contact the manufacturer, who then has to look into this and supply some information to the MHRA via reports. It could be you have to recall your product. They're also they overlook with regards to clinical trials for non-approved products. So if your product is not approved for sale in the UK, the MHRA will have to review your clinical trial to then be able to carry that out, unless it's used on healthy volunteers and it's not being used to treat the intended purpose of the device. And as I say, they also oversee the notified bodies or approved bodies who they put in place, who will then approve your products prior to going onto the marketplace. So notified bodies, they will check the high, medium and high risk products, and they will issue a C mark, or in the UK, it'll be a UK CE mark. And that's what allows you then to start selling on the marketplace. If you're a low class product, class 1, then you don't have to go through a notified body. You will just apply and register with that competent authority that you are based in the UK, or if it's in Europe, you need an authorised representative to be able to sell into that country. But if you're based in the UK, in the Great Britain, you will also need the C mark to sell into Northern Ireland. And that's just an overview of how it works. So the MHRA oversee the notified body, approved body, which will then C mark or UK C mark the product, which covers your technical file. Some of the higher class products require a quality system to be certified, and that's approved through a certification body. It normally is the same body as your notify body. For instance, SGS can do both. I've got an example there. LRQA used to be able to do, there used to be CMARC products. They are no longer a notify body for CE marking products. They are a certification body for certifying ISO 13485. So one of the downfalls of people going there is LRQA are slightly cheaper than, say, BSI, SGS, but you will still need to go to the SGS, LRQ, BSI if you require your product to be CE marked by them. They will still come and audit you. So they won't just accept LRQA as your ISO 13485 certification body. They will still come and audit you. So choose carefully who certifies your 13485 system, because if they don't CE mark your product and your product needs CE marked, they or UK approves, you will then need to go to another body who will then still come in and audit your QMS and your technical file, and it will cost you extra. Well, the regulatory provisions, and this catches a lot of companies out, is the manufacturer is the name on the label, the black factory. A lot of companies we work with are virtual manufacturers, so they have an office, they have a sales team, and they work with design companies, but they do not manufacture. They are still the legal manufacturer. They are what the name on the label is. They are still responsible for manufacturing, even if they outsource it, even if they outsource design. They are responsible for the manufacture, or as I said, the design of the product. They control it. As I say, you have to control the manufacturer who you've employed to make your product for you. But where do I start? As I said previously, every country has different regulations, especially now. To say you've got UK or GB, you've got America, you've got China, you've got Japan, all have different ways with regards to regulatory and what's requirement. Your key is developing a regulatory strategy that you don't have to repeat a lot of work, because the work that you were doing in your testing is going to be very costly. So you need to make sure, again, never assume. You've got testing, and that can affect your marketing claims. So a company I used to work with, they made the pulmonary artery catheter. In the UK, it was 12 hours in the UK. The patient would be implanted in the patient in the UK for 12 hours. In the US, it would be 24 to 36 hours. There is a massive implication on the testing required. For instance, simple biocompatibility. You will need to look at the regulatory aspects around implantation, how long it's going to be in the body, how often it's going to be used, is it going to be used multiple times even after that 36 hours, or is that one-off? So these are 8 different companies that I have worked with where they've looked at different aspects and never looked at the regulatory strategy in other countries. They developed it for one country but not others, and then they had to go back the way and redevelop, retest, which can be very costly. Another example would be a lot of devices, special implants, look at animal studies. So within that animal study, you have various tests. And one of the things in the UK and the EU was they didn't always ask for histology of the animal after the explantation, but the FDA do. But for that extra few dollars, pounds, wherever you do it, whatever country you do the testing in, if you do the histology, it will save you going back the way and retesting, because for the sake of £5,000 to have the histology done, the company we work with had to repeat the whole animal study because they needed histology for the FDA submission. So they didn't have it. The FDA would not accept it without the histology. So it put the project back 6 months. Within your strategy and within your regulatory plan that you develop early, build in your markets, the model, the strategy, your partners that you're going to develop. All this feeds into your business plan. We've started to write a lot of regulatory plans that will go into people's business plans, because investors are looking for this type of thing now. They're looking, again, what consultants you're going to use. Have they experience in the markets? And also how you're going to sell this when you decide to get to market, because you're going to have to be early on looking at your strategy of how you're going to sell. And an example I'll jump in just now, it's further on as well, is we have a client who looking at a single-use retractor. Currently in Europe, we don't have a notified body. We've been told they're closed. It's a 2A device in the EU and the UK. So that will take time. The company's got all the testing done. What they can do is in the US, they've identified that it's class 1 and it's exempt from approval. So what we've had to look at is a different strategy with regards to how we're going to sell this product, because we can technically go to the US middle of next year once all the testing's done. We may not have a notified body. We may not have the technical file approved. Currently, what we find is a technical file from submission is taking anything between 6 and 12 months to be reviewed for MDR. So if you've got a strategy, you're a small business and you have you're trying to generate a plan to get cash to come in because of the cash burn. If you can't sell between 6 and 12 months, if somebody can't give you approval, or you have got questions, or you may have to do a clinical trial before they approve it. In the US, that strategy is different. So we've looked at, with consultation with other people and distributors, is we've picked a small area of the US, a couple of states, and we're looking to sell that product, get it ready to sell into that area. That will allow us to, one, generate revenue, two, product use, clinical data that we could potentially bring back the way to the EU and use that to help us get the CE mark. But again, we have to look at the strategy. We know, although the FDA is probably still the highest level, we understand what the FDA look for. They're more approachable. So again, you need to look at your whole strategy, your market, your model. Where do you want to go, and how much or how quickly do you want to get to market? In the EU, if you have to go through a notified body, or in the UK, there is roadblocks with regards to regulators and getting your product approved. If it's class 1, there's no issues. You're still in control. But if you've got a higher class product, you will struggle to find a notified body, the timescales and the length of time it will take to get it through the regulators. So as you're developing this regulatory overview, again, it falls back to understanding your clearances, your approval, where you're going to have this approved. It could be 3 or 4 countries that you've got in your one plan, but it allows you to dictate where you're going and how you're going to get there, and timescales. It will also help you define the requirements of what bench testing, what animal testing, and any human testing is going to be required. And again, is there a country that you can get there without human testing, that you can generate data once you've got sales to go back into and start collecting clinical data for the countries that do require it? The sequence of events is key to the whole aspect of it. Do you need, again, I'll jump back up, the quality management system. Do you need one certified, or do you need just to start following the requirements? Yes, it's good to have a tick in the box. You've got 13485, but it will cost you again. So it could cost then between £5,000 and £15,000 to have that bit of paper sitting there. Do you need that, or can that be used for something else while you work towards getting your approvals? And it could be managed in a better way. And again, there's nothing stopping you putting the requirements in and working to them. But if you do not need that certification to operate until you sell it, or till you're about to approve it, then think again. It might look good unless an investor, or it's a milestone for you. Think that you've got that £15,000. Could we use that somewhere else while we're managing that? Could be used for testing. Because the key again is the last bullet point, is understanding your regulatory and QMS costs. Understanding them up front early is a key, because if you don't have the costs right, you're going to hit brick walls, because the costs will then dictate how quickly you get to market, whether you have enough money. and again will dictate what markets you go into. So an easy one just now for a Class 2A device could be anything from £30,000 to £50,000 for the technical file to be approved. So that's money where you could go to the US and it's $5,000. It may be harder to get through, but the days of where it may be harder are gone, because a UK or a C marking under MDR has got it's got very similar to FDA. It's now, how do you manage the sales aspect when you do get approval? These were probably costs that we looked at not a long time ago, a year and a half ago. These could easily double with regards to C marking, depending on what product you've got, etc. 510K, the timescales, prep time plus 90-day review. Real world 180 days. Yes, that's probably about right. I would say the 180 days for the 510K is coming down now, because the FDA are trying to hit their targets of the 90-day review. It will all depend on what data and how good your data is. But you have to plan. When you see timescales, you're planning for not failure, but you're planning for coming across roadblocks. You need to make sure things will go not smoothly. So you've yet to see things where things do not go smoothly and you hit your timescales. I would say if you do that, you're probably in the 1% category, because there is things go wrong as you develop a product. As I say, but as you build your strategy, this strategy document is good for raising capital. It allows investors to understand that you know the process, you've had guidance on it, or you've established what the process is, and you understand the costs. It gives them confidence with regards to investing in you. And as I say, it gives them a roadmap, but don't overestimate in regards to, we can do it in 6 weeks, we can do it in 6 months. Give yourself a buffer, because I say there will be roadblocks. And with this current climate, there are lots of roadblocks. And it could be, you need some testing done at a testing lab. There's backlogs with them, because everybody is in the same boat. Whether the product's been on the marketplace for 10 years, a lot of them are having to go back and look at their technical files and retest some of the product to be able to get their product reapproved under MDR. So don't presume that there's lots of companies out there. You have to make sure that you're, one, got your plan in place, two, that you've got the costs right, and three, you're managing that all the way through. I've been through some of this, but this is all about consider the issues early on, where the roadblocks you're going to hit, where can you get, how you're going to get to market. Because I say this feeds into your business plan. Quick overview, what is a C mark? It's European conformity. It's an external indication that you've met the requirements of currently the essential requirements. It will be under the new regulations, the good general safety performance requirements. You've got a lot. The C mark will guide you. The new regulations for MDR, there's a lot more detail in there than there was previously, but it still gives you the option for interpretation. So you have to ensure that you interpret this correctly and understand what the regulators are looking for, and always question whether you're using consultants. Is this the right way? Why are we doing this? If my clients are not asking me why we're doing it, then either the trust is too much, or we ask them to question it, because we actually tell them why we're doing something. We ensure that it's not just a case as the regulations say this. You have to ensure that you understand it, because the consultant will walk away at the end of it. You need to understand what you're coming into, what you're going to be working to, and why you're working to it, because there's a lot more work involved on the post-market side, on the clinical side, that you may not be aware of. I've discussed some of this with the non-CMARC devices. So it's research carried out in humans or a clinical trial. So if it's a healthy volunteer trial, it's not actually following. It's not getting used for making clinical decisions, or it's not getting used clinically. It's just trialing it out to see whether it can be used from a usability point of view. It can be done through hospital ethics or through approval. If it's a lot of wearable devices, companies will approve it themselves, and the MHRA don't have to be involved as long as you're not using it clinically. As soon as you're treating the illness or you're having to use it for a clinical purpose, then the MHRA need to be involved. That's 7 basic steps to compliance. And the first one is probably identify the appropriate directive. Well, it's now a medical device regulation, and the notified body. That's the first roadblock you come against, because a lot of them will not accept you into their system until you're minimum of 6 months from applying for your C mark or for your UKC, because they've got a backlog. Establish the correct classification and risk assessment. Start to put together the essential requirements or general safety requirements. That it can be used as a roadmap as well. You look at your declaration of conformity, because that's how you confirm that you're compliant to the regulations and build your technical file along with your clinical requirements. You can then C mark it, and then one of the biggest changes in the current regulations are the vigilance side of it, post-market, and the collecting clinical data. Up till now, most companies have only collected clinical data if it was used for marketing or if it was a new novel product. The only time people had any dealings in the post-market arena was if there was a complaint. Under the new regulations, the regulators are going to look for you to collect clinical data on an ongoing basis, whether it's good or bad, and that clinical data will go in to helping you establish whether your product can stay on the marketplace. Is it performing as intended? All various aspects of how you put together a technical file with technical documentation. The standards all preach risk management and a risk-based approach. You've got a standard out there that tells you exactly how the regulators are looking for it with ISO 14971, and that's a process you have to follow. And it gives you an idea that the MDR, IVDR, whoever, spells out where risk management should be used. Same with ISO 13485, it also spells out where risk management should be used. And that also helps as it feeds into your safety and performance data, what testing you're going to require with regards to safety, functionality. It also feeds into instructions, training, what's required when you go to sell this product. From a usability, human factor testing, compatibility testing, all of these aspects feed into risk management. And you're looking at the risks and how do you establish what the risks are, and then technically how do you test these products. You're looking at sterilisation. If you're selling a sterile product, the last two at the bottom, packaging validation and sterilisation, isn't cheap. It isn't easy to maintain, especially for small startups. You're looking at companies who've got clean rooms, have the experience of clean rooms. Have they got contacts with a sterilisation company? And when you're designing and developing the product, can your product you've developed be sterilised? Is it the correct materials? Are they materials acceptable for ETO, gamma? There's a lot of issues in the current marketplace just now with ETO, ethylene oxide. So can you move to gamma, which can be a costly process for running quarterly dose audits? The standards details exactly how you control sterilisation. But you've also got the validation of it to prove that your product can be sterilised. You've got the sterility aspect, you've got the aging aspect of it, and the testing prior to sterilisation, then after sterilisation. When you think that is done on is performed on good quality product. You have to plan all this in for your costs with regards to in your business plan that you're going to need materials to manufacture these products. You're going to have people how you're going to packaging that you're going to use to sterilise and manufacture these products. So all this doesn't come free. The standard dictates how many samples you have to manufacture for these products and for this testing. You have to potentially look at the product and say, can I use this? If I coordinate the testing, will I need one device or two devices to carry out the tests required? Are the numbers required okay? Have I got enough products manufactured that will cover the standard with regards to statistical methods, with regards to the correct numbers required for testing. And then you've got your route to market. So establish your timescales. Are they achievable? Speak to your regulators. Ensure that your financial people understand where the problems are. Finance people may think they understand it, but you have to educate them. They may have been involved with other companies. Every product can be different. Every situation can be different. You have to never presume that they understand it. You need to make sure that you then have the correct funding and expertise to take it through to approval, and that everybody understands that where you stand, the processes. And as I said there again, failures are common throughout the project. Plan for problems. Give yourself some flexibility. And it says it might be the notified body because they're too busy. You've missed your time slot. It could be that whatever. You need to make sure that you've got everything in place to make before you submit. Because one of the other big changes is in Europe is once you submit your technical file to a regulator, you have got 3 strikes and you're out. So it doesn't mean you won't ever get your product in the marketplace, but what you've got is you've got 3 rounds of review. If you keep getting feedback from a regulator, because 1, they might not understand your product, 2, they don't think you've done enough testing, 3, they can't find information in your technical file. You have got 3 rounds, and after that 3rd round, they will reject your file, and you are then starting from scratch again. So you're then starting again, and you're submitting your technical file from the start again, with obviously all the issues sorted, but it's then going to cost you again. Why we say put the regulatory plan in place is to ensure that you do have the right funding in place, that you have the right expertise across your organisation. If you don't, make sure you bring them in, whether it's on a consultancy basis or whether it's on an employment basis, and plan for failure throughout the project. There will be roadblocks, and there could be potentially changes in the standards. You're 90% through the project and 2 standards change. You have to then review these standards and make sure you're compliant to these new standards. You can't just say, sorry, I'd started my project before these, so I don't have to meet them. You do have to meet them. One of the areas that companies fall down is they don't establish what standards and regulations they have to meet early on, and also monitor them throughout the project. It's okay having a list of standards, but in this current climate, they are changing all the time. They're going into draft all the time, so people are reviewing. It might take 2 or 3 years to get the draft through and approved, but you have to monitor them, because you know as soon as this new standard comes back out again, you have to be compliant to it, whether you're selling or you're in the development process. You can't just say, well, I don't have to. Some standards will give you a transition period, some standards won't. Again, also, while you're doing your development plan, your regulatory plan, make sure what other countries you're going into. If it's not your country that you're based in, how is the application going to be made? Are you going to need a local representation? For instance, Saudi Arabia, you need a sponsor. Australia, you need a sponsor. So you're going to have to speak to somebody in that country to help you get approvals for that. You may have all the testing, but you're going to have to work with them early on. What data and testing are you going to have to generate? Will the US accept clinical data from out with the EU, outside the US? You have to make sure that you're, 1, they are happy with it, and 2, they're allowed to. Reimbursement process. If you've got clinical trials running, ensure that the data you're generating from the clinical trial will also feed into your reimbursement process, because there is no point in doing a clinical trial if you then have to repeat it again once you get approval to give reimbursement for your product. It puts you back a few years. Make sure you ensure what the best approach is, whether you're using the equivalence route to products that are already in the marketplace, improved device, or is it a brand new novel device? Again, talk to the regulators where you can. Touched on this in the last slide, but ensure if you do need a clinical trial, that the clinical data you're generating can be used in that country. So in the last week or two, the EU have published documentation saying, will data out with the EU be acceptable? Well, we've got a couple of UK clients who are now panicking because we are out with the out with the EU. We are not sure whether they'll accept UK data. One, for maybe political reasons, but two, do we tick the boxes from that document that's been issued? We're now having to sit down with the clients and say, yes, you do. No, you don't. Okay, we better go and talk to somebody. So we have to look at that as the new standards come out, as new regulations come in with regards to the MDR, IVDR. We need to address these aspects, and will they accept that data? Again, that fits into your timelines, and that also fits into your cost and your cash burn and your funding. Again, if you're going down the equivalence route in the US, that's still a process that can be followed very easily if you have equivalent devices, especially if you're going down the 510K route. In the EU, it's getting harder, and especially in the higher class products, the equivalence device, similar device, is not being followed. The regulators are not accepting that. They're looking at more of a clinical trial process. So you need to understand the process, how long will it take, the costs, and also planning for the post-market side. How am I going to collect clinical data in the marketplace once I'm in the marketplace? Will distributors help me? Will I need a CRO? Will we be able to talk to some of our key clinicians? You all have to think in the early aspects of the design of the product. How are we going to collect clinical data? Because you need to get the input early on. Points to consider for other non is the US. A lot of companies that we work with fall foul of, yes, they've got a US agent, and that's very well known that they need an address in the US. And they sometimes use one of their sales offices that can be used, or that's fine, they're okay with that. But the next one is initial importer. So it's not the actual importer of goods, it's the FD importer who helps with the regulatory aspects of it. And it's very similar to EU, is you've got an importer for regulations and you've got an importer of product. So the importer of product would be who your like UPS, DHL, and who your agent is with regards to bringing it in, shipping customs. You've now got regulatory customs, but one of the biggest aspects that people going into the US falls down is they think that they're DHL, because they're using DHL, UPS. A couple of these companies have registered as initial importer, which means that they are exposed to FDA and the audits by the FDA. So again, you have to have a contract with these companies. UPS have got a contract with the companies that they carry out this initial importer for, but they do not do it for every company they ship for. You need to have a contract with them for initial importing under the FDA, because they are responsible for helping you should there be any vigilance issues in the US. If they they are a point of contact for the FDA, so the FDA can walk in unannounced on your initial importer. So you need to make sure that you've built your business up and the relationships with that initial importer. They can be both US agent and importer, but the initial importer has to be registered with the FDA. US agent doesn't. Again, poor quality systems. The FDA do not audit you prior to CE marking like the way a notified body is, or before approvals. The FDA will come and audit you maybe 6 months, a year, 2 years after you've got your product in the marketplace, which can cause problems with because you think, oh, nobody's auditing me, I just have to submit my file and I can get approval. That's good, but you then have to, once they come and audit you, they can eventually take your product off the marketplace. The FDA just don't base it on good science and public health safety. But as I say, they base it on a number of things, but that's the two main key aspects of it that they're looking at when they're looking at approvals and when they're auditing you. Some of the key areas that does fall down is the clinical trials and lack of statistical support, not designed properly. If one of the key aspects we tell customers that we work with is if you're going to do a clinical trial in the US, have it reviewed by the FDA prior to it starting. And that will mean if it's not part of an IDE study, which means the FDA have to approve it, a lot of clinical studies in the US, if they're non-significant risk, then you don't have to have them approved by the FDA, but they will review them when they come to do their approval process. And if they've not been designed properly, they don't have enough numbers, it's not statistically sound, it will be rejected and you have to start again. So again, one of the key aspects of that is speak to the FDA early on through various processes on regards to approvals and development of your product. Manufacturers, and that's the obligation of the manufacturer, so the company who places the product on the marketplace, who's the legal manufacturer. These are the main aspects of the MDR. We've covered some of them. You have to design and manufacture them according to the regulations. Again, if you outsource it, you have to ensure that it's controlled properly. You have to have a risk management and a quality management system in place, and it's effective. You need to conduct clinical investigations, which feeds into post-market follow-up, and your technical documentation. One of the other areas that's new, and it might seem silly to a lot of people on the call, is you must have systems in place to cover financial responsibility for harm of the device, so liability insurance. But you also have to have a financial system in place should the company go into liquidation. You can't just liquidate the company and walk away. The regulations say you need to be financially secure and or put processes in place that if the company is no longer going to start to trade, you need to have systems in place to manage that and ensure it. And the directors have got a legal responsibility for that now. In the past, they could get away with it within reason. Now they can't. So if they sell into the EU, directors have a legal responsibility to make sure that they have processes in place for harm and if the company goes under. And some of the pitfalls, understand the timescales, understand your investors and their needs and their experience. Was it 10 years ago? Was it now? Understand your research grants. A lot of grants have got very tight timescales on them. That won't fit into your regulatory plans because it won't get you approvals. So you're needing to talk to the regulators. A lot of the grant people are starting to understand this now. They're getting educated. But if it's a 1 year project, try not to say you'll have CMARC for it unless it's a class 1 device. You need to talk to people. You won't get CMARCing within 1 year of, if you're at a higher class product, you won't get CMARCing within 12 months, and if that's including development of your product. There is very unlikely that you will get that within 12 months of starting the design of your product, having it manufactured and CMARCed. I'm going to put through some of these, but some of the key pitfalls on commercial marketing that we see is not understanding that, well, you think your technology is the best thing in sliced bread and everybody will use it. Assuming that selling it itself is one of the major downfalls that we've come across, that people think it will just sell because it's so great. You need to understand the market, understand how you're going to sell it and how you're going to manage selling that. Are you going to go direct versus distributor? They've all got different keys to the unlocking that market for you, but they've all got different costs and different controls. Focus on some key opinion leaders. Use contacts to help you sell the product, to use the product. If you've got key opinion leaders in the US, use them. If you get key opinion leaders in the UK and you can get the product in the marketplace early, use them. They will help you generate clinical data for you. Outsourcing partners, I've covered some of these, but ensure that they know the process that they're getting into. If you're going to the US, understand that if you're outsourcing it, that the subcontractor understands that they will have to register with the FDA and be potentially open to an FDA inspection. That is one of the downfalls. Strategic planning, you've got plan to avoid the pitfalls of make sure your business plan is correct and you understand where it all is. I'll leave these. I'll not go through them with you, but these are they'll share the slides after the event. but these are not myths. These are not. These have been actual statements made by people I've worked with in the past, and I've kept a note of them. But to say these are all wrong, but they're for your understanding. They're just to give you an idea if that's what you ever think. Because as I say, there are a lot of people telling you people stick their head in the sand because of regulations. And these are just the reminders for taking home. And the key one is planning and understand your timescales. And that's just one final reminder. And that's why there is regulation. The MHRA hand over 10,000 incidents on a yearly basis on faulty or failed, and over 2,000 which result in serious injury or death. Thank you.
Hi, Edwin. Thank you very much for that. That was a bit of a tour de force of.
We've been going forever.
So I just want to open up to questions if anyone's watching just now on the live stream. Just while we're waiting for that, just one of my own. I think you potentially touched on this at the beginning, but in terms of when people are at a really early stage of developing a brand new idea. And I know this won't be one size fits all, but when is the time to start thinking about compliance and all of this?
Well, as early as you can, because if you've got grants for it, then you're good. But if you start using your own money, think about it very early, because if you don't understand the regulations and you're doing a lot of work, you're spending some of your own hard-earned finance. If you don't understand it, it could be half an hour, it could be an hour. Find people who can give you half an hour of their time just to give you an idea of what's happening. Use LinkedIn just as much as you can, but don't think that the regulations are not going to affect you. Especially as people get grants very on, use even half an hour a day. I've got people now who have penciled in 1 day of their time of maybe a 3-month grant just to ask us about questions about regulatory. So it's never too early, but as I say, as early as you can. It's hard to say when, but it's never too early just to get an idea, because it may not be even worthwhile at times, something because of the regulations. It could be that you've got a great device that's got microbiology, antimicrobials in it. It's going to save the world, but you're looking at a class 3 product in Europe, and you're not going to get much change out of £1 million.
Just as you're talking there, could you bring up your last slide just with your contact details? Just we've got an infinite.
I'm more than happy for you to share the slides as well. I'll send you them.
Sure. Yeah. So we had a question there through from Rickon, actually. So it was kind of along the lines of what I was asking for. He was saying, should the compliance plan be made and get approved during the prototyping of a solution?
Well, it does help. It doesn't need to be approved, but at least understand that we've got companies who do prototypes, and they may have got some money for testing, which could be maybe 10, 15, 20, 35,000 pounds to do the testing. Double check whether that prototype testing if it works, might not need to be repeated. So it's just ensuring that some of the early aspects are covered. Some of it's common sense. Some of it you need to understand the regulations, but one of the things we find is, especially on sterile devices, is have you got the right materials and can it be sterilised? There's been fancy designs that we've said this will never be sterilised because it's too. I'll use those nooks and crannies. They've got too many nooks and crannies where the sterilisation you won't be able to sterilise it, especially if it's as ETO gas. You need to think about it early on around the testing and around the aspects of what you're going to be doing with this product. Again, it could be that the device is again class 1 in the EU, class 1 in the US, but class 2 in the UK. So you're going, well, we'll look at the US early on because that means I can get to market, generate money.
So I guess it's a case of sort of step by step. When you're I mean, this doesn't just come up with, you know, medical devices in compliance. It comes up with other stuff with starting a business. So what's the appropriate time, you know, even just, you know, to incorporate or to open a bank account or something. So I guess it's a case of making sure that you're not going out on a limb with something that will then inevitably get knocked back and is just going to be a non-starter.
If you're going to spend a lot of, if you're going to start spending a lot of money on things, then it's probably worthwhile getting that. As I say, I've got 3 grants I'm working with just now, and they've all got regulatory one day just to look at what they're doing and sanity check it. And that one day spread over maybe 2 hours, just to help them if they've got questions. So if they're building in grants, I think, and they've got that initial money, the grants are now looking for, if you've got regulating, it's looking good on there that you've got, actually, we're going to include somebody from a regs point of view. And it might not be a lot, as I say, it depends on who you work with. But as I say, if you start to look at the higher finance, you're starting to spend a lot more money and you're getting to a point where you go, oh, that's going to cost a bit of money. It's worth getting that half hour and an hour, 1 day's work on a sanity check. An easy one is your Eurofins and all these electrical safety companies all have 1 day pre-compliance testing now. So before you go away and do all your testing on the device, spending £30,000-40,000, they've got a 1 day pre-compliance testing, which is about between £750 and £1,000. So everybody is kind of planning for roadblocks. Again, as I say, it's never too early, but it's just getting that fine balance of where you are, your product, and how much you're going to start spending.
Yeah, I mean, I can see. So I guess the flip side, just to be sort of advocate on this, would be that if you're doing, you know, if you're really trying to explore a new space, then you don't necessarily want to get bogged down. But yeah, it's something that I was talking about earlier in terms of, you know, a lot of what we're trying to do with startups, with thinking about an MVP and the tests that we do, is to not find yourself going out on a limb and building stuff that is later not needed. In this case, it's not going out on a limb and building stuff that will never be able to see the market. No. So I just want to one last shout out if anyone's watching and has any questions just now. And
if my contact details there, if anything crops up, more than happy. If anybody emails me, I'll quite happy to answer them. Okay. As long as it's not 3 weeks' work.
So I'm just gonna. Sorry, one sec. Sorry, I'm just nodding to my colleague there, just to be ready. Well, look, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. We'll get the. For anyone who's watching as well, we'll get the slides out for all of our talks today, and also edited videos as best we can as well for tomorrow. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your the overview you've provided to everyone there. That was absolutely fantastic. So, brilliant. Okie doke. And for anyone watching, so we'll be back tomorrow, starting streaming at 9:30. So you can check the page just below where the video is here for our schedule for tomorrow. And the focus of tomorrow will be on design, especially user-centered design. I want to thank everyone again. Thank everyone who's watching, and see you all tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.